Oh, hello. It's another week with the woo. And the sad time. And the scary time. And the dementia time. It's another time. Oh, wait, I just realized I have my speakers on. Okay, that should get rid of that reverb there. Hello, and welcome to another week. I am very, very groggy, so the brain damage will be even better here. The loss of memory will be even better today. I celebrated the second half of my birthday yesterday, and needless to say, I went to bed at 2 a.m. Oopsie daisies. Still woke up at 7. So, gonna be a little sleepy during this one, but that's okay. It adds to the immersion, you know. What? Who's the sleepiest people in the world? Little babies and the older folk, right? So we're it's just role playing. We're just nice and sleepy. Eepy old woo. I am the old woo eepy. I go nay and go to sleepy eepy. It's just role play. Don't worry about it. Happy late birthday. Thank you, Roll, too. That was a great birthday. It was awesome. John YouTuber, thank you. It was insane. It was intense. And then yesterday was also great. Big fan of your reactions to Here Kind of albums. Have you heard of the Caratonic by Stupid Productions? It's Everywhere at the End of Time album inspired by schizophrenia. Now, I haven't heard it directly. However, I do have a really nice iceberg here. I'm going to show it again. I showed this last stream. I have an iceberg here. Let me see if it's here. What was it again? It was Caratonic. Maybe it's in here. Looking around. If it isn't, then Sag. But there's this thing right here. This little lovely. That's going to have a ton of these albums that we're going to go through. It's just a little iceberg. We're going to be going through as many of these as we can until I kind of get over it, or it's like the quality starts to just get a little like, well, I'm not really enjoying it. It's going to be fun. The catatonic. Okay, catatonic. Catatonic. Is this text that you can actually highlight? Ah, yes, the catatonic. There it is. So, yes, we'll be hitting this eventually. We're going to be going down the list after this one. This is the one that for some reason, according to my comment section, I control F'd and I saw how many comments. This is the one that was most mentioned. This particular album we're doing right now. So I was like, okay, we'll start with this, and then from here we're gonna go through from top to bottom to the most obscure possible ones. Some of these, from what I understand, are lost media, so we won't be able to do some of these, but we can just look into it. It'd be kind of cool. But that's the plan. Can you move Twitch chat up a little bit? Move it up? Wait, Twitch chat. Oh, that's not supposed to be Twitch chat. Oh, wait, why is it only Twitch chat? Wait a minute, that's supposed to be... That's the wrong chat. Oopsies. Hold on. That's not correct either. Wait, what happened to... Oh, great. We have a technical issue to begin with. I'll fix it while we listen. We'll just get started right now. We're going to start listening. The Woo will get that fixed. I realized that last time I didn't have the chat on screen, which was very important for this in particular, because you all liked to look at what chat was saying during this and commenting deeper into the album we went. There was a specific quote about you can now play as Luigi. That was absolutely hilarious. So we're going to make that happen. I did realize that we didn't do that last time, so I'm going to get that going. Anyway. Here we go. Woo is immersed now. Woo is spooky. Hello. He's doing it every Friday. Yes, every Friday we're going to be doing this. There we go. Oh, there we go. All right. So I'm just going to hit it right away. Hold on. Going to hit it right away. Let me get the chat on, and then when we get the chat on, then I'll go ahead and dive even deeper by taking the Zooty Woody. So we'll start not Zooty Woody so I can get this fixed, and then once we get it fixed, I'll go Zooty Woody, and then we'll have a lot of fun. Is there a part 3? No, there's only going to be a part 2 today. We're going to be able to hopefully get through all the rest of this. This is, what is that? That's 6 hours left. So we should be able to just blow right through this, and yeah. And then hopefully not experience complete dread. It's the only dream, right? So we're carrying off where let me give context. So this is where we decided to leave off. We're currently on stage, what is this? Stage 4. So we're getting pretty bad. The description, let's go ahead and read it one more time so that you kind of understand where we're at here. In stage 4, stage 4, hoocha. Oh, it's not telling me what phase we're on. That's not good. Guess we're going to have to guess, huh? Oh, no, it says it right there, huh? Clear. Oh, no, it doesn't say there either. What phase are we on? I assume it's only one phase. Alright, anyway. Or no, there should be multiple. Oh, no. Looks like I'm a little confused. Why is it not... Am I stupid? I'm going to have to guess that we're just going to have to go by this. So G is probably phase 1. H is probably phase 2. If I had to guess. So, a sudden brief... Yeah, here we are. A sudden but brief return and almost complete mental clarity. This often only lasts no longer than a day before the patient is thrown back into a semi-post-aware state. This phase can be heartbreaking to most of our patients' family. The thought of your husband or great-grandfather suddenly being fine one day and then not the next would be horrible. And that's where we're at. So this is perfect. We have our little mental clarity. We had that whole entire week to have a little mental clarity. And we're going to have that happy-go-lucky, good feel. Then we go right back into the Sag. So today's going to be mostly droning, as you see. That entire first episode, all those stages, was only half of it. So most of this is going to be quiet, static, or loud static, I suppose. So I hope you like your ASMR. Hope you like your Sag ASMR. Hope you like your Alone in My Thoughts ASMR. It's going to be fun, huh? At least I'm assuming. I don't know the second half of the album. This is my first listen, obviously. These are more fun when you haven't heard them before. So we'll see. We'll see. So we're just dive right into it. I am reading chat, by the way. I always like to say that. Hold on. Let me type it. I am reading chat. We will be doing these every Friday. I am go be Sag, cry, baby, boo, boo, cry, Sag, gaming, brain gone. All right, I think that explains what I'm trying to get across on this stream. I think all those words right there were exactly what we need to say. I'm a modern-day Shakespeare. Thank you. All right, so there we go. And I know this is not one of the most popular albums, so if somebody comes in here and is like, oh, why are you doing this one? This one's dog shit. Well, that's just their opinion, man. And we're going to listen to all of them. The best of the best, and maybe the most. Some are more lukewarm. Okay, doesn't matter. We're going to listen to all of them that we can. So don't worry. If you have a personal favorite, eventually we'll get to that one. Just, you might have to wait a week or two, or a month or two, or a year or two, depending on how many of these there are and how long these take. So, yeah. But we'll get to all of them in due time. All right. Anyway, you should be an inspirational speaker. Your life serves good purpose. You should do short yourself now. Is that the big bucks? Can I go to colleges now and start saying that? I think so. All right. Anyway, without further ado, let's get spooky. And I'm gonna fix the chat up there, and then we'll get going. So I'm gonna be quiet for just a little bit while we listen to this. This is the mental clarity anyway. If there's something I'm gonna comment, I'll comment on it, but I won't be quite focused on it for just a little bit while I get chat going. So let's just get started. And if you have any questions, don't feel like you can't talk to me. Again, I am reading chat. Maybe for this first few minutes I won't be because I'm getting chat on screen. But, yes, I will be trying my best at least. Let me see here. There we go. So I found the chatto. So I need to get it over here. There you go. So now you guys can see the chat log. Alright. So, let me quickly disappear for a second while I get my Zwooted. And then we're going to get deep and deep and deep and deep into the Dementia. Because remember, Zwooted just makes this so much more intense. Takes you out of any thoughts in your head and you're just completely focusing on what you're hearing in your ears. At least to me. That's part of the fun. So let me go get it and we'll get Zwooted. Also, during any point of this, if the audio is doo-doo short, remember, I am Zwooted. I need you guys to tell me. Today, you're all my manager. You're all my audio manager. And you'll be like, hey, woo, you psych diaper booty. Could you please Could you please fix it? It's a bit unloud. Alright. Yeah, just let me know how the audio mixing is. I should sound like you can hear me, but I shouldn't be so overpowering you can't hear the music. Alrighty. So, mental clarity, huh? I like mental clarity. Feels good, man. Sound fine? Good, 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 good. Imagine having to listen all in one go. I wish I could, but, man. Life has been very, very, very busy this last year. Hopefully I'll find a few weekends where we can just do super long albums. But I've been putting this one off for, as I mentioned last time, like a month or two. Weeks, for sure. Because I was like, maybe next weekend I'll get time. Maybe next weekend I'll get time. And I just said, okay, screw it. We're just going to do it every Friday, 6 hours at a time. Even if the album is 200 hours, 6 hours at a time. I'm fairly certain of Atmos. I haven't really read through all of them on the iceberg. But the iceberg was recommended to me from a fellow viewer. Like yourself, saying, hey, this is really good. This is what I use to watch all of them. Not everything's on here, but the majority of the best is on here. So I'm like, okay, cool. Alright, so. The only issue with this is I'm going to kind of forget the songs that we've heard before. So, chat, you might need to help me and just remind me. I did listen to it earlier today, but again, very eepy. So I don't have a lot of time to hear all of the original stage one. Yeah, it's 2 years out of date, of course. Yeah, it'll be the tip of the iceberg, if you will, and then we'll go from there. All right, so let's get Zwooted. Ooh, yeah, that does not sound good. Oh, no thank you. Stop that. Quit that. Ah, nasty. That sure got sad real fast. It's nearly moaning. Screaming at me, begging to be executed. Yeah, that was a steep transition to absolute despair. Oh my goodness. Ooh. Oh goodness. I'm gonna turn up the volume just a little bit. Let me know if it's too loud. Good. It's fucking screaming. So we didn't hear this part. This is all new from here on out. You can see the appeal of this? What, this content or this specific stuff? Yeah. Listening to these are interesting, but with this content, weirdly enough, I was like, why do people enjoy it so much? It's because I guess it's just fun to go together and talk about what you thought about the album. It's kind of like an album review mixed in with a reaction at the same time. It's pretty cool. Oh, that is very loud. Alright, let the woo come back. I am the woo. I go down here. And considering this is the second half of the album, this will probably be a lot less commentary due to the longer nature of the tracks. From what I looked at, most of these start to become 10 minutes long, 20 minutes long, 30 minutes long even. So there's going to be a lot less commentary and more of experiencing it. because I only have so much to say about each album. I mean, each song in the series, because usually it repeats itself. So. Yeah, that was extremely sudden and also really depressing if you think about it. Because in this moment of the patient, us, as we like to roleplay, we had that moment of everything's all good and then just right back down so fast that you didn't even know what happened. To the point where you wouldn't even understand that it happened to you. That's even more like, oof, loss of control. That's fun. We really like that as a species. Huh. Is that horn again? Horn, guitar, whatever it may be. It kind of sounds like the muted trumpet. Because we're still on H0, believe it or not. Nothing's changed. Just the track has changed. Alright, take it easy, John. We'll see you later. No. Here, let me turn off the lights. Get even spookier in here. A bit more immersive. Because now when I close my eyes, I see dark, not yellow. Huh. I'm not getting good visuals yet from this. Nothing's coming to mind. Maybe that's intentional? I don't know. I'm sure I just have to wait for the Zwoot to hit. Because once that hits, it's like, oh my god, I can imagine an entire world. Those sudden cuts. I am hearing that really weird instrument from that one track, though. That strange whistle. For sure, I hear that. Don't remember the track name. I was also considering getting a heart rate thing for this. That could be pretty fun. Methinks. Oh. Oh. Wait, why am I in the middle? What the f... Sorry about that. Teleporting woo. I was the jump scare all along. I must have hit a button. So we've hit phase 3, by the way. Just enjoying listening to the track. Let's read the phase 3 description. Here we now enter the first of many clinical titles. Our patient's last singular memories die here as he becomes increasingly unaware of the world around them, eventually forgetting that there's even anything wrong with them, transitioning into the post-awareness fog. So we're getting to the point where we're going to forget that we're even ill. Ooh, very fun. Ha ha ha. Yeah, so post-awareness is starting to take full effect. Yeah, this music's pretty calm. Again, ignorance is bliss is usually a theme of these albums, where sometimes getting to the point where you don't... It's kind of like, is death merciful or is it an ultimate punishment? Because you shoot somebody and they instantly die, they didn't even know they died. Is that better than somebody saying, I'm going to kill you for 3 weeks? What's better? Somebody threatening your life every day for a month? Or just instantly being shot? Like, what's more torturous to the mind? Is death worse than just not knowing that you're dying? Like, these dumb little questions that we always, like the morality of, we talk about often. When you hear these albums, it has that same feeling of, towards the end, it's more calming, more peaceful, yes, because you're so far gone, you can't even stress about it in the first place. Yeah. Do you think once Alzheimer's patients will even realize they're forgetting at some point? Well, that's it right here. Or did I read that right? Will they even realize they're forgetting at some point? Well, yeah, that'd be the very beginning. That was mentioned in the descriptions. Sorry, I read that wrong. I'm fine with a little bit of ambience music, though. It's going to be nice. And also, I'm sorry if you hear the AC. It's probably going to be a bit louder today. I think it's like 92 outside in October. Very fun. You got to love California. So it might be a little bit louder today. Usually it's quiet, but it's probably working extra hard. Sorry if you hear that hum. Moderately severe confusions. A bit of a, what's the term for that? It's not coming to me. But when something clashes with something to the point where it's like, well, that doesn't make sense. Like, dry water. Like, what? That doesn't make sense. What is a dry water? How's water dry? So how can you have a moderately severe? Is it oxymoron? I think so. I know that term goes around, but it always sounds funny to me. Moderately severe. It's just somewhat severe. Severe is such a strong word, like severe. Like, yeah, that's severe. It's just a little severe, you know. You could just sweep it under the rug. It's not that severe. It's just moderately severe. Just a little thing. I don't even think it's related to the album. Just something I always notice. Just a little bit of a problem. Just funny to hear. Oh, did you hear the Discord? Oh, I'm sorry. I think I did hear that beep. I apologize. Let me fix that real quick. Oopsie daisies. Usually I have that muted. I think I turned it off for yesterday. Hold on. Sorry about this. I think that would just be very annoying. And we're not in the albums yet that take place with like Zoomers and whatnot. We need to get to those. Zoomers, I think I've seen a millennial album, and I've even seen like a Gen X album. which is pretty cool. Where did it go? Streamer mode, enable. Alright, based. Alright, back to it. Sorry about that. Oh. Or YouTube could glitch out. Oh, come on, bro. Don't be like this. You're better than this. I think Firefox just crashed. You're better than this. You're better than this. Come on, don't leave us hanging. Yeah, it's toast. God fucking... Of course. It ain't a woo stream without a moderate amount of scuff. Sorry about this. How about instead, this is actually the Woo remix, actually. Surprise, surprise, I actually collabed with Dante over this last week. This is now a post-Woo awareness. It's a new stage. It's really cool. You just remember me for a little bit. I mean, post-mental clarity or whatever the fuck. Anyway, right now you're... this is amazing. Wow. You remember the Woo in perfect HD. Oh my goodness, I can hear it. I can even hear the fart sound effects. That's crazy. This is so immersive. Amazing. Awesome. Best album remix ever. Epic win. So cool. Epic. Hurry the fuck up. So epic. Anyway. You forgot. That bit was terrible. That's such a garbage joke. I'm so sorry, bro. I had to save the stream somehow. What the fuck was that? I keep hitting shit. I need to just put my hand down. Just need to put them on my lap here. I keep clicking shit by accident. Woo, Dante told you to skip the next track. I'm serious. Oh, yes, he did. He did. He asked me to, so I shall. Thank you for reminding me. I completely forgot. I do remember that section, though. So I shall. He said it was the worst one, personally. He would remove it if he could, I think, if I remember correctly. He said, for your enjoyment, I recommend it. Alright, I'll trust you. Yeah, it's just a really nice, sad, but cute trumpet. Just letting us know that they're there. Got a couple loops there. Although I'm kind of, is there a way to make a poll on YouTube? I kind of want to make I have an argument as to why not to skip it, even if Dante wants me to. It means we're not fully experiencing it as it was given. Now, if there was an edit, then I think that's fair, because then this would technically be the remastered version. However, just being told to remove a track, even by the creator, is that a gray area where I should or shouldn't? For the sake of completion, or for the sake of the best viewing experience as per the creator? Would he have made an edit? I think should. Because if they would remove it, then they probably would if they felt it was necessary to re-release it. So say they just 5-year anniversary to revisit this album, they more likely would make that change. I think I'm just needlessly making this complex. We'll skip it. Maybe we'll go to the last, like, minute and a 30, just to at least understand what it is a little bit. It won't do too much, and then we can go next. Alright, so let's listen for a minute 30. And then it's moderately severe confusions. Yeah, so just for a little bit. This is a 28-minute long track. So, I guess that'll save us some time today. As per the creator's request. I believe that's a trumpet, but it's sounding like an actual tuba here. Slow down so much, I'm just... At least I think it is. I don't know what particular sample this is. I think for the next time, I'm going to listen to phase 1 like 3 times. So that might be a bit of a spoil, but I'll hold on my thoughts. That way I can really get used to hearing these tracks and they'll be much more familiar. Like maybe when I'm gaming or something, just have it on loop. I think that'd be a really good idea. Because unironically, you could listen to album 1s casually. They're really fun. Or sorry, phase 1s. It's definitely droning. I don't see anything particularly wrong with the track in itself, besides that. As I said it, I think I just figured out why I don't like this track. That was long and disturbing in a good way, but also bad way. That took me right out of what I was saying, but... Oof. I think it serves its purpose. I'm definitely more confused than the last one. I feel less bliss, more aggravation. The last one felt really nice. Like, I kind of felt like I was at a spa, but this one I'm feeling like there's an annoying kid next door playing his damn trumpet. And I'm trying to get some memes. And I want to release the rats on them. The Rat Pack. I want to talk to my bros on the walls. Be like, hey, yo, go over there. Could you eat the trumpet? Thank you. It's kind of calm here, but I'm sure it's going to definitely pick up. Get loud again. Yeah. So I can see why they don't like it. It serves its purpose to me, but it is, I guess, very unnecessarily long. Considering we're not even that far in to the true places where looping is very important at the very end. So I guess it came too soon. If it was 30 minutes at stage 6 or even 7, I get that, but we're a little too early for that. So I can understand why the creator didn't like that. A little too long. Because I think the track is fine itself. I think the length is the main concern. It's an annoying track, but that's kind of the point. So I feel like now we can skip, so we'll just make it as seamless as possible. It'll just sound like a cut to another part of the album. Here, I got you. Watch this, guys. I'm gonna do this. Another edit from Dante. Ready? Sorry, I clicked on the wrong one like a friggin' idiot. What the fuck is it? There you go, I did the transition. Oh, that was a terrible transition. I did it though. Pog. It was terrible. Absolute flawless. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, I've been staring at this thing. What the fuck? I think it's a bowl of fruit. I think everyone says that. I see a bowl of fruit. I also see like a little elephant dude. Like these are the eyes. These are like little tusks. Or this could even be his hair and this is like a tusk. He's like facing. So this is like his head. This is like a little cap. This is his eyes. This is his big ass. Actually looks like a fucking platypus with big ass arms. Okay, so you see these are the feet. This is the body. This is the eyes. This is the platypus beak. This is the fucking cool hat. And then this is his big ass arms. He's carrying like a bag of groceries. Am I crazy? That's literally what I see. I see a very buff platypus with a baseball cap backwards carrying groceries. Alright, now severe confusion. So instead of moderately severe, we're in the severe now. This is a new phase. Let's read the new phase. It's loud, so I'm talking a little louder. It's a bit more distressed, so I can't use my calm voice. The final glimpses of true awareness. Anything past this point, simply just a clear set of grooves on a record. Once it's gone, you have to wait until the record becomes clear again. Here the patient finally loses awareness that there is even anything wrong and crosses over into the post-awareness late stages of Alzheimer's disease. This is the first memory extinction event. So we are really hitting the part of these albums that are the most interesting to do without stopping. Constant, never-ending drones of static and repetition that makes you question if you're even alive, if you get immersed enough. It's the beginning of those stages. Yeah, you can hear it really trying to crack through. Jumping between the left and the right ears. Very heavy static behind you. This humming echo. A low droning bass. There's just so much going on in this particular one song that Severe Confusions is actually really, really, really on point. I don't quite remember there being this many simultaneous tracks trying to compete for dominance in one song thus far. At least it wasn't notable. Could be the name tipping me off to thinking like that, but I do feel like this one is the most annoyingly confusing, but there's nothing really to latch onto because everything's demanding your attention so often, you're focusing on another piece when you should be trying to focus on one so you can hear that through cloud of annoyance. I get that feeling from this one. I really like that. Could also be that I'm very bad at having attention span, but hey, doing a good job. As I said, I think it'd be really fun to get a heart rate monitor, so I'm going to make that a goal for these streams. It'd be really fun. Because I'll admit it, I'm a bit of a scaredy cat. My imagination takes control, so that'd be fun for you guys to see me kind of when I'm in my moments of panic. That'd be pretty cool. I already knew that. Most of these albums have clarity at the very end. That's not really a spoiler. If you've watched Ever Within a Time, that's become a big trope. Not always, I'm sure, but that could be expected. I wouldn't say it was a spoiler. Yeah, and it parallels real life, so if you know anything about the disease, that is quite common. Just like how when you're drowning, in the last second, you're actually at the most peaceful and blissful you will ever be, according to what I've read. Because the amount of dopamine and serotonin going through your brain is immense. It's not good to die that way, but at least there was some forgiveness for such a horrible fate. Forgive them, because I don't think it's really a spoiler at this point. I really can't shake the fact that I'm seeing a platypus with a backwards baseball cap. Like, I'm trying to be immersive here, but at the same time I can't comment on that. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I think that's that one singing song. Yeah, it is. Oh, yo! It's fucking Daisy! I sang that horribly. Oh my goodness. So this is like an early-ass memory. I know Daisy's like one of the oldest songs. It's an ancient song, and our character, if I remember, dies in the 50s. Let me recheck on that. It's been a week. Let me see here. Died in the 50s, so they would have been alive by then. 1889 was when we were born, so this would be very familiar to us, being a deep memory. Something we've probably heard a lot of. Assuming that's the intention with the song. Now, I'm kind of spitballing. I know it's an old song, but I don't know how old. But I know it's like an ancient classic song. Transcends generations. (1892), according to this. So this could be even when he was just a little kid, hearing his parents listen to it, or whatever. If I'm getting the right song. I'm pretty sure this is it, but... There's a ton of covers, all throughout the 1890s. So yeah. That was really charming, because it used something that, I don't think was played before, unless I missed it. I would have noticed Daisy. I think that's really nice because as the viewer, I got to experience clarity that felt like actual clarity because it reminded me of something I haven't heard in a long time, but it was so familiar I couldn't forget it. And as I say that, I think I hear Daisy now completely fucked up. Yeah, it's totally Daisy. That's depressing, but anyway, completing my previous thought, that was awesome. That was a great experience as a viewer. That felt really cool to be like, oh, that's Daisy! That's Daisy! I know this! That felt great. So, complete confusion, J1. I can agree. This is a very painful experience to listen to, but again, I think that's a good thing. To a certain extent. Now, if it's just like pure static, like dubstep level of just like you turn the gain up to 1,000,000, that's a problem. But this is good. It's a good kind of painful. Yeah, this is terrible. Because I can hear the vocal, it sounds just like the Daisy singer. It totally is. You just heard that da-da-da-da. Yeah, it's just fucked. So we had a moment of bliss, back to this. And then uncomfortable to listen to. Feels like something's kind of like coming after you. Gives me like that fear of a presence. Weirdly enough. It's not Daisy? You're kidding me. Picnic for Two? I thought that was the same as Daisy. Oh wait, no, I'm stupid. Wait, so similar song? Is it the same singer? Oops. Because I swear I hear the same voice. Maybe I'm crazy. Never mind. I swear I was hearing Daisy. Well, that's even better, honestly. I'm so confused, even though the context clues make me think it's the same. It's not. So, good prank, I suppose. That or I'm just bad. Either or. Either or, really nice. Oh, that was bad. That slow drone coming in baited the fuck out of me when it came right back in. I felt like weight come off my shoulders, then back in. I hear it. I think they said Billy Murray, didn't it? Billy Murray. That's annoying. I mean, just that you heard that voice in your left ear. I swear I was saying Billy Murray. By Billy Murray. By Billy Murray. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't read phase 2. I didn't notice we were in a new phase. Complete confusion. The entire world of our patient melts around them. Memories are nothing more but incoherent blobs of shape and color. His thoughts are a complete mess, and his speech resembles that of a baby's babbling. It's mostly just random words put together and words they've completely made up. By this point, our patient is likely in a nursing home. No one can watch him because they're either at work, school, or just can't deal with it as they should. Did you really have to add that last line? Did you really? Oh my God. So not only alone in themselves, alone physically, and it's true, it happens. Say you're like, this might get really real, but how many of us can say that if both of our parents, or even just one of our parents, say one's gone, you know, rest in peace, but say you have one parent left and they get to this point, could you right now say that you can take care of them 24/7? Very few of us could. It's a terrible reality. Like, I would try my best, but I don't know how long it would be till I can't do it. I have to work. I have to make money for them. Eventually, I would have to give them up to somebody to take care of them. That's terrible, because they're a danger to themselves. If I leave them at home while I go to work, they might wander off and I'll never see them again. They get hit by a car or something. It's like, what do you do? It's tough. Those are the questions that I always fear of thinking about as time marches on. What will I do when I need to be the one to bear the weight of what might happen to my parents? It's not me being upset with me needing to help them, me more so being like, I can't believe that I need to help my parents now. The march of time is so dramatic and sad. It's like, what once were my icons in the world are now desperate for help from those that they raised. It's just, I don't know. I don't know if I'm putting into words the fear that I feel of seeing it all come crashing down like that and the status quo being shattered. What you knew as truth is now no longer the truth, and it's flipped on its head. It's just like my parents were the providers and the protectors, and now I am in their shoes. It's crazy, the march of time. In terms of this track, I'm not hearing much that I recognize, at least. And again, I'm sorry if my incoherent babblings distract. It's just, I feel like it's good to speak what I'm feeling, that these songs are making me feel. Because it might just not even be in the album. It might just bring up a memory in itself. And music can do that. I feel like that's good to voice. Like memory and thoughts and insecurities of a person can be brought out through music, and I feel like that's good to talk about. I guess it just means the song's doing its job, right? So it's a bit of a different section now. Very sharp, quick attacks. Yeah, those attacks are, I know this sounds dramatic, but oh, this is really, ouch. I do not like this. In a good way. This is miserable. Keep in mind, the volume's pretty loud for me. Like if someone was talking to me in the same room, I couldn't hear them. Level of noise. So this is ouch. And it's almost to the point where I'm like kind of wishing they would go away. Like, can I forget these already? Which sounds so dramatic, but it kind of feels like that. Like, could you just... Yeah, I do like this. As an effect, as a feeling that I'm getting from the music, I do enjoy this emotion. I know this is going to sound really stupid, but I have to comment on it because I'm hearing it and it's driving me insane. I swear it sounds like the thumping of a heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. It's a specific rhythm. Thump, 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 thump. I know that sounds so stupid, but I can't get it out of my head, so I have to talk about it. Like, I know that's not intentional at all. It's that specific rhythm. Or it sounds like horse hooves. Either or. I don't know why there'd be horse hooves. I mean, I guess horses are more common. Even my grandfather boasted about having to ride a donkey to school. He was 100 and something. So he grew up, because he was 100 or something before he passed. I think he died in about 2006, 2007. So yeah, he was alive when our character was alive, so maybe. Could hear horse tracks, could be familiar. Now, I don't know why this particular song and these horse tracks are together, or horse hooves, sorry. Realistic. His high school even, he showed me pictures, had a horse stable for all the students to park their horses. And keep in mind, this is in California. So California was doing it. Oh man, or not California. Wait. Yes. No. Was it California? I don't think it was actually. Maybe. It was either Arizona or California. I forgot. I'm sorry. It's been a long time. I miss him dearly. Maybe I need to reopen my memories on that fella. Because he had a very interesting life. Or a great-grandfather, I suppose. Sorry. My grandfather just passed away. Now my great-grandfather that passed away when I was younger. Oh boy. Let's see here. Complete Confusion J2. I thought we were already on Complete Confusion. Or, no, that's the same thing, isn't it? Wait. No, this track's just... Wait a minute. Yeah, no. No, it did change. It definitely changed. What in the world am I hearing? It's a lot more peaceful, whatever it is. Less on the aggression, more on the... It's still confusing. But it's not as painful as the last one, which I wonder why that's being presented to us. There's nothing describing it, but I wonder why now a calmer atmosphere. My guess is likely we're about to transition to something a bit worse, so this is creating contrast. Which I am not excited for. Oh boy, time to dive even deeper here. as time's gone on, it's been less comforting, and that hum is now like more like a... What was once a hum is more now just kind of ringing in the ears. Oh my god, that transition. I was about to voice my thoughts on that song, and it just transitioned right away, of course. Every time I'm about to speak about the song, it always moves. First thing I want to notice, the ringing's still here. That is the same tone. Do you hear it? It's still here. In this particular song, it's still here. The That last song was taking so much focus away because of that ring, which is good, because it established the second track being a horrifying continuation of that. Well, it's the same track, I guess, but next phase of the track. Stage, I suppose. I do like that. Extremely crushed. It sounds like a horn, too, fading between the left and the right. And as for the vocals, we haven't had vocals in a bit. At least being the center. Well, I mean, I guess we did, but... It's almost dreamlike, this speaking. It's kind of like trying to understand a person talking to you. In one of your more odd dreams where they don't make any sense. And the key word there being dream, it's not bad actually. It's kind of nice. The bouncing back and forth with the horn though, oddly enough, is weaker than the voice right now. Again, I'm sure this is trying to set up contrast, which gets me so worried. I wonder if you could also interpret, due to the description, where this is like where memories start to actually die. If you could instead reframe your thoughts, and instead of thinking of, oh, this is a nice moment, you could think of it as, this is the last moment, potentially, or at least one of the very few, with this particular thought, with this particular memory. It could be looked at that way. Instead of good, it's only bittersweet. The ringing's still very much there. That bass. Can't help but close my eyes when it starts to come in. Gunshots, huh? You guys saying you're hearing gunshots? So it's not really likely. Let me see. So he would have been 11... 14. Oh, I guess. What was the latest they drafted in men for World War I? If you want to go with that theory, could have been. Definitely not World War II. He would have been far too old at that point. But, he would have been 11 plus 14, which is 25. So a bit up there in age, but it may be young enough for a draft. But when I say a bit up there, in terms of military. Military wants you as young as possible. If you'd like to go with that theory. Okay. So the creator said himself he never went to war. Okay, so then I think the gunshot theory wouldn't make much sense unless he was into hobby shooting, but that's a possibility, I guess. But he said peaceful, so is shooting guns peaceful if you're just shooting targets? I don't know. Could be a train, you're right. Could be a train. Yeah, again, I like to imagine that everything you're hearing has a purpose. In terms of, it's something. It's not just noise. It's something that is confused. And what I mean by that is like, the ringing is a sound, distorted. The static is a train tracks, but distorted, something like that. It makes it so much more fun to imagine what you're hearing. Like that heavy bass. Could quite just literally be something as tame as like the wind, just horribly distorted, like the you know what I mean? So maybe he was riding a train, and this is the sound of the wind as it hits your head, you know, your ears or whatever. If you have the window down, which, correct me if I'm wrong, but those old-timey trains did have the ability to do that. Maybe even new trains. I haven't been on a train in forever, to be honest, but I do remember there being windows. I don't know. But painting pictures and then hearing the distortions on top of them and making it impossible to really think about what you're trying to create in your head, the canvas in your head, always adds to these albums so much. And although I do imagine a train and wind, I can't exactly imagine why, when, what age. All I remember is that it exists, because I can hear it and understand it, but I can't paint a picture of what I'm actually thinking of. Like what's the clarity? A train to where? For what? How old was I? How many people were there? Don't know. All I know is train. And dramatic way of looking at it, but it always makes it so much more spooky. Confirmed, actually trains. This entire time I've been trying to think of words to say, but really... yeah, I can't paint a clear picture. So, did a good job on this song. He's in a nursing home, canonically. He used to live with his family, and now he is in the nursing home, according to the last description, which I'll read again. By this point, our patient is likely in a nursing home. No one can watch him because they're either at work, school, or just can't deal with it as they should. So we're alone, physically and mentally. Unfortunate. There's a tiny bit of vocal audio coming in and out that I'm focusing on. Oh my. Got a lot of popcorn. Hey. Actually tingling my brain. Yeah, I'm certain this has got to do something with some connections being fizzled out. It's a commonly used way to represent confusion and loss of brain matter. Or just the general panic and anxiety. Very similar to Amnesia, if you remember that game. Maybe that's where that trope started, I don't know. Oh my. What am I do believe that we're looking at a horribly, just completely screwed up oh my. Yeah. No, it's totally a record. That's totally a record needle and arm. At first I was seeing something else, but no, I took it back. What was it called again? A mellophone? No, that's the tuba. Megaphone. No, it's not a megaphone. Why did I forget the damn word again? Gramophone, thank you. Jeez. Or whatever it is. I really need to work on my old-timey words. Because I always just called it the record player. I guess I was wrong. So let's read this phase. And it's called Sudden Jump to Awareness. Exactly as the title says, a sudden abrupt jump to near complete awareness. Like the clear moment in stage 4, this will only last at the maximum a day or two. So good times once again. And I'm guessing by the day or two, this will not be long-lived, most likely. Unfortunate. Big Sag. Photograph, yeah, if that's the one. Y'all taught me it last time and I forgot it already. I really am the best at foregoing. But, yeah, this song, even though it's saying clarity, yes, it's less intense. But man, is it still just as horrible as always. In terms of confusing. And rather uncomfortable listening experience. Either intentionally, because, oh, that was fast. Memory fragmentations trying to reach bliss. Is this a new phaser? No, I don't think so, no. It's still caves. And yeah, that was not long at all. That was only, I think, like 2 minutes, right? That was really fast. Like 2 to 3 minutes. That's sad. Considering that the last track, I think, was like 20 minutes. So this one, again, yeah, you're hearing tiny little samples dancing through the void of thought. Especially since, well, I'm just reading the title and I agree. I hear that. And also, I just noticed, one more thing to comment on, the flowers. The vase mixed in with previous other memories, a phonograph and flowers. They wouldn't be in the same spot. They might be on the same thing, a table, but they're not going to be on the same spot. They can't do that. Yes, the vase with flowers mixing with... Oh my god. Not good. I think it's the first time we've seen two familiar objects from previous album art, album covers mashed together. In this album, in particular. So the album art is haunting in itself, and it sounds like screams. Why does it sound like a scream? I don't like that. It's corny, but it's uncomfortable to hear screaming no matter what context. Even if it's not a scream, it sounds like it. Just like... Of course, yeah, it's corny, but it always works. There's a reason why it's in all horror movies, and I hear whispering too, left ear. I think it's one of the songs. Which one? No idea. Maybe it's the previous vocals we just heard, that really nice soft droning one with the ringing in the background. Maybe that'd make the most sense right now, but then again. It sounds like the same deep voice when it's slowed down. But then again, all voices sound the same if you pitch it enough. I do notice the songs slowly are becoming louder and louder though, which I do appreciate. If I appreciate it, I mean, oh no. If this is only 5 of 8, if I recall correctly, how much more confusing, how much more oppressive could this get? So, let me see. Oh, is this a different section? Wait a minute. Oh, it is. Sorry. Struggling to stay aware, this effort to bring back anything from the ashes is made by both the patient and any of his family members in a futile attempt to keep them going for just one more day. After these efforts fail, the patient most immediately worsens in their condition. Oh boy. Oh. Like, it's just such a doomed thing. It's just so doomed. Like, the wording of that paragraph just makes you feel like, what's the point? Like, it's just, I know it's cliche, but really, these albums just do give you eventually that sense of, like, dread. For different reasons usually, but like, with left ear cut out really violently there. Don't like that. But really, imagine being there, you're still there physically, but you're just not able to do anything. You're like stuck in your own body. It's terrible body horror. Like terrifying, horrible body horror. Body horror. It just plays on one of your most natural fears, the loss of control and agency. And really, I guess that's why these albums are so fun, but also horrible. It's a great and awful experience at the same time. And we're already having this conversation again at this point in the album. I'm feeling dread 2/3 of the way in. That's not good. Anyway, next album I think I'll take another Zwooted, because I feel like I was at a 7 before, coming down to like a 5 now. It's weirdly calm until the voices come in. It always is like that for me. I don't know if you agree, but I feel like voices are the most... I don't know what that was. The most aggressive form of whiplash with these albums. Because voice can be friendly and it can be a foe. With both context. Like, both contexts exist at the same time. It just needs surrounding context. If someone's yelling at me because I did a really cool shot at a basketball court, that's different than someone yelling at me in the middle of the night in a park. Way different. So I feel like it plays on our primal fear again. Of like, oh, that's a voice. What is it? Will it harm me? Yeah, it's definitely starting to get to me. I don't know if I just psyched myself up, but I'm really starting to feel that, like, buzzkill, I guess. And it's probably just me thinking too much while listening to this music, but it's doing its job. That's for sure. Oh, that was so jarring. Just when I was starting to feel a little comfortable around it, it just slapped me in the face. It's like even the confusion is getting confused about how to be confused. Because these, like, sudden jarring shifts are just... like, what the Ugh. Oh god, that was jump scary. What the fuck am I looking at? What am I looking at? Oh, this is creepy as shit. I see a face on what looks like a medical glove blown up. That's probably what it is. At least to me. I used to draw on these. Would it really be that? I would draw silly faces on my mom's gloves all the time, and she really hate that I did that because I waste her gloves, but... that's what that reminds me of. It might not be it, but I'm getting a vivid flashback of myself doing this quite often. Now, I don't know if they had gloves for him back then, but that's what that's reminded me of. Like, I don't know when nylon, or is it nylon? Current day medical gloves came to exist, but... so anyway, phase 4. First true neuron death sequence. Mass death of neurons around the brain cause another mass extinction of memories. Here, memories are almost completely fluid with each other. The 5th stage is at its sundown as our patient crosses over into stage 6. Sounds like some kind of comedy skit. Or just anyone talking, like a birthday or anything like that, you know? Like, but it mostly sounds like either a comedy show, like a radio show, or maybe a play of some sort, or even the theater. I think that, yeah, there was a theater at that point in time. Could be memorable. Pretty sure, right? Yeah, Disney was around then. In World War II, so surely there was theater. Earlier than that. That is a freaky image. Oh, I did forget to read the title. Thank you. Distant, aching caverns without bliss. Again, just hurtful words, really. Punching a fellow while he's down. Aching caverns without bliss. Boy. You say this image is supposed to be his mom? I would really hate to imagine that being the case. But I could easily see this being a person. Just horribly abstract. Because I could see there being long hair like this. I could see this now. You made this so much more dark. I could imagine this being a person. The face being realistic to an extent is the actual reality image of a person. And the crude, crayon-like drawing of these appendages, contrasting with the smooth, skin-like texture of the face, leads me to kind of believe that it's a combination of both childlike, like a childlike drawing of a person, as well as the physical reality, flesh and bone image of a person. Because this is what a kid would draw for long hair if they didn't know how to draw long hair. They just make spikes and be like, that's it. Like, that's what I'm imagining. It's probably way off, but for some reason I'm painting that picture and this is just making it even worse. Because that would again be the mishmatch of what you remember as a kid, what you remember as an adult, you remember that one person, do you remember either of those? No, so you just put it together and this is what you get. You get this image of a person that you once would have remembered in much more detail. Just a fucking mess of the only things you can remember about them being put together to create this monster. And I'm sure that's not it, but I do like that I'm drawing that conclusion with the two clashing styles here and the abstract face, weird little noodles. The author says it's his mother, but I disagree. Yeah, I mean, I could see it. I really can. It's just, you have to really look it through that lens of, it looks horribly confusing because it's supposed to be. It's because as a kid, you're like, I need to draw my mommy. How do I draw my mommy? Circle 1, 2, 3, 4 lines because she has poofy hair. Keep in mind, women had that like poofy style, right? And this during this time period, they love to fluff their hair up and to keep it a bit shorter, right? I might be wrong. I don't think long hair was, or maybe that was like later on in like the 30s and 40s. But regardless, I remember that being a common hairstyle when I look at older images. I just don't know exactly what his mom would have looked like when he would have created this image. Not in the 1900s? Okay, thank you. That theory goes to waste. But I mean, maybe she did have short hair. Maybe she wasn't rocking a popular haircut, you know? Yeah, it could have been a hat too. Like, this is just a horrible way of remembering her tiny little features that they could. Like, I could see the artist's interpretation. I still like to believe it's a glove, though, for my own personal enjoyment, but because now it's hitting more personal to me. I can see that, too. In his garbled up mind, he thinks that Dr. Fault creating this horrifying image. Because it is red, like blood. Of course, but I feel like that could be a case too. But I don't know. The only thing with that one is I don't think it was mentioned before. Was it? Or maybe it was. But then again, the understanding of the medical field right now, you could honestly just not comprehend the fact that you could be dying. Like, my doctor should be fixing me. Why aren't they? Yeah, I mean, it's abstract for a reason. All of us are right and all of us are wrong simultaneously. Because, you know, death of the author and all that. When it comes to art like this, what you perceive in yourself is technically correct as well as incorrect. Because that's the point of art. You're supposed to draw your own experiences from it, and whatever you are believing in with that particular art is in itself your own truth. And that's what makes these so interesting. Yeah, I'm really not a fan of this album. I've been looking away a lot more than normal. It's making me so uncomfortable. Like, extremely, like, really paranoid. And again, I don't know if it's just because this one's just hitting me personally really hard or what, but I am not having a good time. I'm straight up not having a good time. Get me out of here. I went out. Oh, I hate this image. Yes, it means it's good. Again, when I say negative things, like negative emotions, that's a good thing. That's the point. I go to a comedy to laugh. I go to one of these albums to feel dread. So, yes, it's doing a great job. Oh, God. So this is different now. Yeah, I got nothing. I was trying to listen to it for a while to draw any thoughts. I got nothing. Just all I hear is like it's a rhythm. It's music. It's attempting to be. I can't draw any personal thoughts about it though. Good. That's a good thing. The confusion's getting even worse. Like it's begging me to tell you what I'm hearing, but I can't tell you anything. I'm just hearing noise. There is no, oh, it might be this. There is no, well, this sounds like that. It is just that. It is its own self-describing spaghetti. Oh, okay. So now we're taking that same rhythm pretty much and now going down a few octaves to make it even more unsettling. Oh. That's definitely horses at that point. So it was horses earlier. Okay, this is very clear, but what am I hearing? Obviously it's a horse, but I'm not understanding why the music would be here. It does sound live. I believe it's a violin of some sort. One person. Could be a combination of memories. That's a record skipping, not a horse? Oh, okay. Well, surely it is, but I like to paint imagery with what I hear, I guess. Yeah, I guess it doesn't. I don't know. That was a really beautiful piece, though, whatever it was. That was a very nice little song. I am a sucker for violin. At least I believe it was a violin. Never been in strings, so I don't know the intricacies of each instrument. And what would define it. It's definitely a stringed instrument, I believe. Oh my god, this title. Also, am I crazy or did the face go down a bit? Am I crazy? I might be crazy. I closed my eyes when I was listening to the last part for a little bit, and then I opened it and I see Laissez me faire make stop. Please help make it stop. I'm guessing. Something around there. Like, help me make it stop. Yeah. Classic. I believe this is a new phase. Let me go to. I think so. No, it's not a new phase, actually. Or not new phase, sorry. New, no, it is called phase. Yeah. Not a new stage, but I don't think it's a new phase either. So let's just enjoy the sound, shall we? Anyway, I think it's about time for me to hit the Zwooted. I said I was going to do it last change, but I really wanted to just ride that one out. So here we go. Since we're in stage 5, let's do 5 seconds. Oh boy. Hell. Oh boy. Yeah, as we get deeper in here, though, I do apologize if I don't comment much. Eventually, there's just not much left to say besides I feel sad, I feel dread, I feel alone. thoughts come to my head, though, I will talk about. The crackling, the drone, the low noise. The cool thing about sound is the only way we can recognize what something is if it's familiar, right? We know what a trumpet sounds like, but if you distort a trumpet, making it deep as shit, is it a tuba? Is it a mellophone? Is it a baritone? What is this thing? So the worst part about when you listen to these, when you get to this point in the albums, is you can't even say what you're hearing anymore. You can't paint an image. You just are hearing things. It's just noise. There is nothing besides crackling and some mysterious instrument which we will never know unless you know the sample. What is that? Can you tell me what that instrument is if you don't know from reading the wiki? All you can say is it's a horn. Which is precisely why it's so in a good way boring. You're no longer stimulated, just as the patient no longer is stimulated in their mind. You eventually just kind of give up and stop thinking. You don't question what you're hearing, you just experience it. And I'm so glad we're hitting this point of the album. And as we've talked before, this is what we were hearing in your ears, in case this wasn't clarified. That's minutes, hours, days, weeks, years of your life disappearing from yourself. Gone. Erased. And considering it's been playing this entire track, that's a little hurt, a little painful. And it also just really makes you existentially realize that you, as a whole, are not what attaches you to this reality as much as it is that one little funny pink thing in your brain. It's the only way that everything else functions. So if that goes, you're basically not here. That funny little pink organ sitting up there just being haha funny. Oh god. Because it sucks. It's like that's all it takes, just that one critical part. What is this you're looking at? We'll never really know. I perceive it as a glove with a face on it. Some people say, well, the author says it's the client's mother. Some say it's a doctor. It's whatever you want to perceive it as. It's abstract as hell. And beautiful for it. Oh, that disappearing, I'm not a fan of that. Ooh. The slow fade out, considering we're hearing that for so long, actually is making me sad it's not here. It's already doing that. It's making me get used to the nothing, getting happy with it, and wanting to stay. And we're only in stage 5. Oh, how does it get deeper than this? Oh my god. Like literally nothing. Already. Keep in mind, I think the fact that there's been this much static means we are in for a immensely steep decline soon. Yeah, it's starting to definitely at the point where I'm get even more lonely because I'm forgetting to even say anything to you guys, and I remember why I love doing these. Jeez. Oh my god, what the... Oh! Oh! Oh my god. Oh, those attacks are so violent. I've been staring at this for so long. All I can see is just like it is nothing. Besides, the only thing I can see, and I completely am sure you agree with me, is like the picture of some dunes in the desert. And just literally, that, what is that? Spaghetti? No. Oh my, that... Oh, it is filled with, I don't know what to call them, just disturbances, jump scares? I don't know. Oh my god, these cracks. Keep in mind, I have this as loud as I possibly can tolerate. Stage 6 description. Plaque buildup begins to choke out neurons more. Synapses fail to fire and eventually die. Neurons rupture and we enter another neural extinction event. As usual, since the start of post-awareness, clear states are there, only last a few minutes or hours. Remember, it was days before. By the point, if the patient doesn't already have a caregiver, they'll be given one. If they haven't already forgotten how to walk, they'll wander around their home and eventually hurt themselves or accidentally start a fire, or even worse, walk out of the house and get lost. Now, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be a dick, but this, I was gonna laugh. It was a typo, but I don't know why, but get lost is like, again, I don't want to be insensitive, but I feel like that's a really funny way to tell another fandom, person in the fandom, if you say get lost. If you say it like that, then it's like, oh, you like these albums, don't you? Like Everywhere, End of Time. Again, I don't want to be insensitive, just, I feel like that's a really good way for the community to have a little catchphrase. Anyway, back to serious business. unlike the last one where it was nothing, but it was passive, this is nothing, but it's just, it's aggressive. It is, instead of just being there with you, it is like quite literally going at you. Now, what does that mean in terms of the disease we're facing here? I think it's just such a... I think it's trying to basically say how fast his descent is. Because remember, we're still hearing the crackling. And it said that this is going to be an extinction event. So... And I think those big crackles are, as it says here, the synapses fail to fire, so it kind of sounds like something trying to start and eventually die. The neurons rupture, which is again a very strong word, and then that's when you enter that extinction event. So we could possibly, those loud cracks are exactly what we're hearing. It failing to fire, dying off right away, ruptured, and never to be seen again. And obviously the music wants us to feel that being terrible and not a good feeling and scary, concerning, jarring. And that's why it's such an aggressive attack. If I had to understand why that's in this song, it does a great job of conveying that feeling. You're doing your own thing, you're vibing, boom, crack, oh, great. I was trying to forget that I was having a bad life. Now I remember. Thank you. Appreciate it. It's just, yeah. It's just now making it less about, oh, I understand it's bad, through empathy. Now it's making you feel bad as in, this is just, yeah. Even me not caring about somebody losing their memories, just the feeling of the in itself will make you feel like that. Oh, ow, that's not good. You know what I mean? With no empathy, you don't need it. That's beautiful. Now I wonder if that's it's like this album is alive. It's like this album is alive. The amount of times it's done that to me, where it feels like it's pranking me and cutting me off. You son of a bitch. This album is alive. Anyway, those large crackles, no matter who you are. We got some clarity, baby. Oh, I'm feeling it now. It's still very fuzzy and underneath like a mile of glass, but I can still see it. Oh. I don't think I talked during that entire song, did I? I think that took control of me and I was like absolutely mesmerized. I don't even remember talking. That was immense. I didn't expect to have that amount of emotion that fast. That hit me really hard. Yeah, that was unfortunate. And now we're back. It's incredible. We've only been doing this for what, an hour and a half, I think? And I'm already feeling these intense emotions. It was great, but it's gone. Oh! Holy shit. Oh my... Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. That is some pure A-grade dread. Turn it down. No, that's the point. The way I perceive albums, even if it was mixed incorrectly, I like to always believe everything's intentional. I've been told there might be some mixing issues. I'd like to believe that is intentional to be as aggressive as possible. If you believe it's a train, I do agree. I'm kind of at the point where I like to stop believing in there is meaning behind it, unless it's obvious. Once you get to this point in these albums, my philosophy changes. Because now I believe in the point of the view of the patient, it's so far gone that it doesn't actually mean anything. Before we were slightly remembering, but we're getting to the point where it probably is nonsense. Though I will still say there is some hope. So maybe that is a train. Maybe that's another form of mental clarity. This is very pretty, but what am I hearing? Is that weird instrument again? It's a little weird. There's another clarity. See, now I believe that would be a train. To me. But it's so cute. This is definitely early in the life, I believe, listening to it. Again, it sounds like so many things I'm familiar with. The only issue is I should really research the era of a participant's life, because I do wonder if were things like ice cream machines around or ice cream trucks around. Maybe later in his life with his kids, but maybe not him as a kid. That could be it too. It's just a cute song. It sounds light. It sounds like ice cream machines. It sounds like cartoons. Early mornings. It doesn't sound exactly inviting, but it just sounds cute. So I'm just imagining young, if anything, either through his kids or through himself. Just young, happy memories. That's a baby. I hear a baby. I personally hear a baby. Which again, I would really like not to believe that this is a child or a baby, because what that means is very likely his own kids. Now, it sounds fucked. I can't really say it's a kid. That might be the point. Like, it could be a lot of things, but remember, it's distorted in itself. So even the crying of a child might be something that you can't even remember right now. And what's the one thing that happens no matter who you are when you're an adult and you have a baby? That thing is gonna cry. It's gonna be with some of your earliest memories with your kids. My mom still talks about how I was the biggest piss baby. I'd cry over everything. Everything made me cry. So my mom's just like, I remember it to this day. I can hear it. It's ringing in my ears. Even looking at you now, you were just like a little cry. So she can remember that. So I would believe that our patient here would remember his crying kids early in their life. And if this is what it sounds like it is, crying kids, he's remembering the earliest years. What the I'm sorry, this transition? I didn't like that. That was kind of freaky. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna assume that the author meant yeah, that's a bye-bye baby. I don't think there's any other way to look at that. I want to say a piano. If it is anything, it's a piano. But again, I still believe that everything at this point is actually nothing. Like, it's just... It's so something, but nothing. Have a good night, roll, dude. No, I know it's an electric guitar, but what I mean by piano is if there's anything that we're remembering, electric guitar wasn't a thing for him to remember it. That'd be during his last years of life. So, while the sample may literally be that, the only thing I can really attach it to with the main character would have to be some kind of piano. It's a bit of a weird instrument to use, yeah. '63 to 1964. Was? I've been trying to think of anything to say. I've been blanking. I want to put into words what I'm thinking, but literally I'm like... I just hear deep basses, I hear cracks, I hear the occasional voice popping out, it sounds like. And just constantly pounding in my ears. Especially the right, my goodness. The album is actually going just fine. And by fine, I mean horrible, but that's a good thing. I'm already getting to the point where I'm feeling dread just by like listening, which is good. So I'm starting to lose my will to like talk about everything and just more like kind of just sitting there and accepting the chaos. Because I can't paint anything off of this. I don't know if any of you can. I can't paint any possible scenario what we're trying to remember here. At least any likely scenario, given the time frame. And I said it before and I'll say it again, that's when these albums become really dreadful to listen to, because the one thing keeping you going was at least like painting these pictures. Without that, you really become brain dead. Like, you just don't think anymore. You just sit there and listen. You stop creating thoughts. Current existence. True, we never thought about it through that frame of mind. Could be. I mean, it sounds much more grunge than I would expect in the 60s, though. Really. I mean, I know it did happen in the 60s, but I don't know. Who knows? I'm not too well versed in that, actually. I need to go back and listen. Was there any, like, 60s heavy guitar like this? That'd be pretty sick. For a second there, I heard normal. That was some very normal guitar in the right ear for literally 2 seconds. That did sound like something from the 60s. For literally like 2 seconds on the right ear, it was perfectly fine. And now we're in what the fuck am I looking at? Like, this image is intense, to put it lightly, after the last one. I think you're right. I think it's supposed to be neurons. It looks like neurons. And it's trying to form an image of something with those neurons. I'm certain that's what this is. I don't think this is really that abstract. I'm pretty sure that's literally what we're trying to get an image of here. Oh, you're right. It does look like a gramophone. Oh my god, it does look like a gramophone. Oh my god, it looks like a gramophone. You're right. I did not catch that. Oh my god, it does look like one. Holy balls. Holy ass balls. I don't like that. You're right. Oh, shit. Okay, let's read this description. I'm sorry, I just got, like, startled by that. I'm shook. Okay, so. Stage 6, Phase 2. Wait for this to end. It kind of looks like a little duck tube, but...
Hanging out the clothes, there flew a little blackbird and pecked off
It's definitely somebody reciting something. I was listening to it, and I'm listening to the inflections. It's not a show. It's not a radio. It sounds like somebody reading, like reciting. So I guess it could be either of those, but it's definitely reading. It's reciting. Okay, that confirms it. That confirms it. I know what that is. I swear I just swear. If I had to guess, if we're going for maximum set points here, that entire segment was something to do with him reading something. I'm gonna guess daughter or wife. It sounded like a daughter. It sounded like a really little kid. Bedtime stories, or maybe helping with homework or something. I don't know, but if we're going for maximum set points, that's what that just was. Alright, back to the description, I'm sorry. Exactly as the title says, a state of complete isolation. The patient becomes very quiet and calm during this stage, as they forget what fear and pain feels like. Quiet and calm? I don't know about that. They are no longer able to realize the horror of what is happening to them. This is also another extinction event for neurons, and the brain now begins to shrink in size. Oh, that's scary. So they may be calm and quiet in real life, but if this song is indicating anything about this stage, on the outside, they're calm. On the inside, it's a war. And again, still so much crackling, isolation. So much crackling. Again, the brain is just absolutely taking the L. Quicker and quicker and quicker. Oh, you thought it was a bedtime story too? Okay. It's just listen to the rhythm of him speaking. I was like, this sounds exactly like it sounded for reading a story. There once was a hen that went down to the way to the bucket of fada, or just there, yeah. And then, in the middle of the night, they saw their phone, and they said, my ass. I don't know. I'm not good at bedtime stories. But I feel like that's accurate enough. There's definitely some kind of like screaming effect going on here. Again, the screaming is like so corny, but I just can't help but love it. Like, it sounds like screaming. It's not literally screaming, but I just hear screaming. I love it. It's kind of what I'm feeling. Like, and these random moments where it just gives up. I hate those. Very much just like those. Freaks me out. Not into that one. But that's good, of course. And again, yeah, I do feel completely, like, isolated now. Remember when I said you could remember a horn? Can you remember anything about this? What am I listening to? Well, I don't know if it's a trumpet or a tuba, but it's a horn. Yeah, I just hear crackles and a droning heavy static. There's nothing there. Keep in mind, this is the last moments with consciousness in this album. Again, according to the description. We are starting to forget what fear and pain feels like. We will begin to forget the horror that is happening to us. So yeah. This is the death of the mind in this moment. The absolute removal of reality. You no longer exist in that world. Your body might, but you're gone. Your spirit, your soul, whatever you believe in, that's gone in that moment. Horrible. Horrible, horrible. Cha-cha, I agree with you. That's what I would understand it as. What it means by you will not feel pain anymore is that you can't comprehend the idea of pain. Much like when you're a baby, do you remember, like, say you got a scar when you were a baby due to a birthmark or something. Maybe the doctor, like, whatever. Say you got a scar. You can never describe the pain you felt. Okay, how about this? This is a good one. Circumcision. I know this is a weird word to bring up, but that happens when you're first born, right? Like, when you're first born. How many people can say, oh, I remember it vividly. I know exactly what that felt like. In this sense, ignorance is bliss. You don't know what pain is, so you don't remember it. So you don't even know what's happening. As a baby, you didn't know that happened. There's a point in your life where nothing existed. You don't remember any of that. That's the same thing, just in reverse. Now at the end of your life, that feeling of, I don't remember anything from year one, because you didn't have the ability to form those memories. So technically, you don't interact with reality yet. You become sentient eventually. And when you become sentient, boom, now you remember things. You can comprehend the world, interact with it. It's the same thing. Pain isn't felt because pain may be felt physically. Your body may react to pain, but you don't know what pain is. You don't feel it because you don't know it. Your body feels it and reacts, but you don't know what it is. That's what they mean by that. That's how deep in we are. At least that's how I understand it. This is what the fuck are you talking about? I'm trying to explain what it means by the total loss of the ability to comprehend pain. Just like a baby with the pee-pee cut off. I know that's a strong word, but that's like the best thing I could think about, where there's a lot of trauma and you don't remember it. Well, I don't think you would even feel like... When I say you, I'm not talking about your body. I'm talking about you. I don't think you can even... If you're so far gone that you're isolated, outside forces are not felt on you. Personally. This is deja vu. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is music right now. Wait, hold on. This is modern music. Holy shit, wait, whoa. Yeah, it has to be a newly formed memory of some sort, or just in the moment. This is what we're understanding. This is how we comprehend... Maybe this is how we comprehend reality. Like, during our clarity states, maybe this is how we understand it. Still terrible, still incomprehensible, but during moments of brief clarity, this is how we can see it. And then when we're back in isolation, that's what it sounds like prior. I think that's what it's trying to say. Like, you trying to remember, this is what it's like. It's literally gone before you even have a chance. Because it's definitely a song. We recognize it as a song, but we don't recognize it as anything. Can you tell me what the melody is? Could you sing this out loud? Well, maybe this specific form, but like, can you tell me what song this is without the wiki? You know, it's like... All I know is it sounds 60s. So that's the level of clarity we're allowed to get as this character. We're not allowed to know anything besides 60s music, song. That's it. Maybe when instruments are there. I hear a synth of some kind, drums, a guitar. Yeah, that's how I see it too, John. This is just present understanding. But even so deep, at our best, it's still just terrible. Like, I wouldn't want this. Well, obviously, but like, I meant like, I wouldn't want to even like tease me with that currently. Like, haha, you can hear it, you understand it. Like, no. Stop it. You're teasing me. Yeah, that's how I see it. Average. And obviously we're back, by the way, but there's not much to comment on. It's silent. There's nothing. I'm alone. Same old, right? That's what sucks. Same old, same old. This is where I belong. what was once something I looked forward to now is kind of becoming like it's a brief reminder that things are wrong. Instead of just existing, being in that moment, now you're being reminded that things are wrong. Which is even a worse feeling, to be honest. Just let me exist in nothingness. Feels better that way. Oh, interesting. Interesting tidbit there, John. This one's a lot more calm, by the way, than the previous isolation. I'll call it isolation, I suppose. Than the previous isolation, this one's a lot more calm, at least. I wonder if this means, like, you know, if you don't know, dementia patients can get very, very aggressive out of nowhere, or if that's what that's implying. Like, I don't know. That'd be an interesting way to show that through music. The occasional lashing out. But it says very quiet and calm, so maybe it meant becoming. Like, at first we were violent and ragey, then we had our moment of bliss, and now we're becoming calm? Because that was in the description, so maybe that's what it means? You could take it that way, I guess, a little bit. Again, I just like to spitball, so ignore me if my theories are sometimes trash. I just really don't like this image, though. It seems so fleshy. I guess it's supposed to be neurons, right? So it did its job. Or it could be neurons, could be anything, really. But I think neurons is the obvious one. Forming some image of a well, those record players. I keep forgetting the word. Gramophone. Whatever. I've called them record players my whole life. So it's hard for me to reword my brain. Yeah, so I wonder if this is becoming the calm and quiet state. The first one was the descent in there, you know. Loss of connection and death of personality. That's the one that always intrigued me. I never looked into it, but it's just weird how not only do you lose yourself, you don't become like a default person, you become like... How do I explain this? So instead of just becoming a different person without memories, you become this like extremely volatile creature, much closer to an animal than a human, to some extent, because you know the lashing outs, the inability for self-preservation or rational thought. A zombie, yeah, I guess that's a better way to put it. Like, you don't become default, you become so regressed that there is no person, really, just a vessel. At the worst possible ending, and that's terrifying. Because again, I'm speaking from experience, at least with my grandfather, in that regard of vessel, because you could tell him something, like, that's interesting. I'll make sure to think of that or whatever, like, thank you for that information. Literally, like, an hour later, same conversation will happen again. You say it. Like, oh, that's interesting. Thank you so much. Like, default. Like, there's just, it's like, and then sometimes he would get really mad. He'd start throwing shit. I don't know. Like, out of nowhere. And it'd be about nothing. It would just be like, the painting was being an ass to me. Like, he would just, like, he used to believe that everything that he had in his house had, like, more than just purpose. I don't know how to explain this. So he'd believe that everything was in his house for a specific reason, and because of that, later on, when he got worse, for some reason that like translated to an understanding that they also have sentience. Like, it was really weird. I don't know if that's Alzheimer's specific, but something happened to him where he started to really believe these things. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because, again, he would tell different stories for the same thing at different occasions. But it never felt like the stories made enough sense to where I was talking to a person. I was just talking to, like, AI. I think that's the word I'm going for. It feels... He felt familiar, but you could still detect that something was different to the point where it's artificial and not fully there. That's how he was at the latest point. Understandable, but not who I'd call a person necessarily in terms of a different personality, just literally existence at its most basic sense. Not another person, not like, that's what I'm trying to get. This entire long segment I've been saying, I'm not really putting into good words, but I'm trying to say that it's not another person replacing the person you lost. It's to the point where it's something so... It's not another person. It's just something. It's existence. Uncanny, yeah. At least that's how it felt to me. I didn't see him a ton, but like, it never felt like I was talking to somebody. It was just like, where's the disconnect here? Like, I was talking to something third party, something unfamiliar, but I knew him enough to know he's familiar, but it's like, you could detect these little things that were just freaky, like freaky in terms of like devastating. Like, that can happen. You can go so far gone you default to a whole different existence. Not something familiar enough for us to consider human, but just like this. I don't know if I'm wording it right. I'm trying to be like, not saying like they're not people and all that. They're obviously physically a person, but mentally not what we would consider part of society, like part of a person. I don't know. I can't explain it. I'm not intelligent enough to explain my feelings right now. But this is like completely making me feel like that. This third other, and I do remember that third other specifically with him. Not a third person, a third other. Because it doesn't develop another personality, it's just there. Because it's not consistent, I guess, where it really feels unnatural. You can't make sense of it, and that's what drives you to the point of feeling that sense of dread and sadness, I suppose. You can't rationalize why they're irrational. I can't understand why it would be impossible to understand that you are alive, because I don't know what it's like to not be alive. If you know what I mean. I don't know what it's like to not be sentient. I've been sentient. When I sleep, that's the only time, but you don't know what that's like. It's a light switch. You fall asleep, you wake up, right? You dream, but it's like a time warp. It's that feeling of non-existence that I can't rationalize. So it's weird that they can't understand reality enough to be in the same reality I'm in. I can't understand that. People still respond to the environment unless they fall into a coma. Well, yes, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm sorry if I'm not articulating well. It's like you can't understand the person at a certain point. Because I didn't understand, like... I'm only speaking from experience, though. So, grain of salt. This might have been something more different, because, I mean, they diagnose you with one thing, you might have another thing. But, like, say one day... Wait, this is true. True story, then. Okay. So I was there for 2 weeks, helping my mother help him get everything situated that we could for, you know, due to this happening. So say day one starts like this. He has a bowl of cereal and a glass of milk. Okay? Fair. Day two, bowl of cereal, glass of milk. Fair. That's what he eats every morning. 1 week later, he eats the same thing every day. But then on one specific day, he decides to, like, instead of have bowl of cereal, glass of milk, like he always does, in this moment, has nothing. He doesn't eat breakfast. When reminded he doesn't eat breakfast, he said he did. And you're like, oh. But then when he says what breakfast he had, he says something completely different, like oatmeal and bacon. And you're like, but you're a cereal and milk person. And then he'll say, no, I'm not. You go to the fridge. He has no bacon. He has none of anything like that. He only has cereal and milk. It's those, like, things that you're like, what? That wasn't him. That wasn't another personality. It was just, like, third, like, completely wrong identity that couldn't have existed in both realities. Like, if he had that already, sure, he could have thought that he was doing that already. His current personality is a different one. It's a third one. And it's like, what the fuck just happened? It just tricks you out to the think to... You're like, what? Can't download that individual anymore. They don't... I'm so bad at explaining this. Because it's a very complex thought, and I'm fucking zooted, and I'm not able to explain it. I should probably just shut up. Like, you can't get to know them anymore. Even if their new personality is so, like, what? That doesn't make sense. It's not another person, because I... say then the next day they also say that they had breakfast but they didn't, or they did, but then they say a third mysterious option like, I had ham and bread. It's like, well, that's not here either, so you changed the story again. But it's weird that you didn't remember that we just checked for what you have in the fridge, so you would remember you didn't have ham. So it's like, oh, there's another one, so which one, where are you now? As I look at you right now, are you cereal and milk day? Are you ham and bread day? Are you bacon and eggs day? What day are you? So you can never understand them. That's how it felt. Like, despite being with him there for 2 weeks, I learned, like, he didn't feel like he was there. And it sucked. Just like looking through a wall and he's behind it. I can't explain this shit. God damn it, we're in the fucking isolation stages. I'm going insane. I'm rambling about nothing. Help me. Thank you for sharing. I'm sorry. I'm just covering up the album with my rambling thoughts. That sudden drop in volume. I didn't do that. right? No, I did not. Oh. You know what the best part of this is? 3 more hours of it. I hope you're comfy. Oh, it's back. The volume. I wonder what that was supposed to represent necessarily. Oh. I feel like this track has been going on for ages and it is just dreadful. Try not to spoil myself, so I don't know how long these next tracks are going to be. But it's about to get pretty lonely in this bitch. Okay, I see what you're saying, John. Yeah, I haven't really looked into it too long. I guess it's just one of those things you take with a grain of salt, like, instead of this being a true work of fact, you could look at it as more like a dramatized work of fiction. If that's the case. If it's never been truly defined, I don't know. But if it's never been truly defined, then it could just be a way to be like, well, it might be real, but let's make it fun. Like a movie about, I don't know, anything somewhat based in reality. And yes, by the way, like a truck, things are good again. Like, this is insanely clear, by the way. I can hear the entire symphony. Each individual instrument. Although there is static, unlike the previous Clarity event, so much more here. Like, this is insanely good quality. Which is lucky. I hate talking. Every time I talk, I ruin it. I'm sorry, guys. As I said, it was clear. It is not. It's go bye-bye. Well, it's gone now. It was there. So it went from like 100 to 50 to... I either barely hear it, or I'm crazy. So I'm going to say 0. And now it's just a drone. That was brief, but beautiful. And this is even more intense. At least before we were hearing something, now it's just a long drone. I haven't commented on it yet, but another form of clarity. Why do I talk? Why do I talk? I need to stop. I need to give up now. Stop using your fucking voice, Woo. You ruin it. Speaking of which, what am I looking at? It just looks like a potato, a sack. I really hope this isn't a face. I can see a face here with 2 eyes, a nose, a line here for a mouth, cheekbones, head. I really don't want to believe it is. I'm going to say it's a potato for my own psyche. Jesus fucking Christ, what am I looking at? Let's read it. Our patient is now completely bedridden. Clear moments are still there, but much shorter and much more distorted. Hear what's left of the patient's personality when within themselves burns away. Any speech he may make is just a bunch of unintelligible gibberish. Random incoherent noises, just as their thoughts are. This is the last phase before we enter the ending stages of our patient. That's fun. Unintelligible gibberish, dude. I couldn't imagine. Like, imagine walking up to somebody and you think it's all normal, everything's all good, because they look fine from the outside, maybe a little distant, maybe a little tired, just staring in the distance, or whatever. It's like, how are you? Day top morn. Like, you know how I don't want to say freaky, because they're people, and I feel terrible for them, but, like, what I mean by that is, like, how hellish it is. Not for you, but just imagine witnessing that, and you're like, that's who they are. Like, that's it. They're still a person, but, like, so far gone, it's just crazy to think of. This is definitely the worst of it. 1965. I'm assuming that means this is the current year that we're at, by the way, of the title. Which, if you remember, our patient dies in 1971. So if this is being literal and this is where we're at currently in the year 1965, we got 6 years left. 6 years. Longer than all of high school. Longer than most people take to get a bachelor degree. As much time as it takes to get a master's if you're really good at it. The time for not 1 but 2 lives to be born. Up to 4 if you're really popping them out. For 4 babies to be completely built. More than that, sorry. Why did I say 4? 6 years. What am I talking about? 6 babies. So 3 babies, if you're like taking your time. That's a long time. It may not seem like it, but think about how long that is. When's the last time you've been uncomfortable? Like really uncomfortable. Say you were in like a hot car. No AC, because the AC is broken. Well, how long was that ride? 30 minutes? How long did that feel? Probably felt long when you were suffering. Or maybe you're out in the sun. It's only been an hour, but it probably feels like tons. Of course, right now our patient doesn't feel that, but just like, think about how long that is of just this. Or worse. You can't understand it at this point in time according to the descriptions. What the artist wants you to believe right now is that, yeah, this is it, 6 years. But it's so bad that you don't even know that's really happening. At this point in time, it's not about the patient anymore suffering, it's about those around you. Because they just are desperately wishing that you came back. For 6 years. 6 years of seeing someone and be like, maybe this is the day. And they reply to you with, who are you? Or something else. Oh, man. The turmoil that must be felt. I swear I hear loud breathing, by the way, too. Pretty spooky. But that was my mom, not me. So I knew my grandfather, but he wasn't like the... I guess this is more of a me thing. I've always had issues developing super deep connections. So even though I did see him a lot in my life, and it did hurt a lot, knowing me, I'll never know what it's truly like to suffer. At least for now. Maybe I will eventually. From this. Because the one that suffered the most was definitely my mother. Without giving too much information, let's just say that for one reason or another, my grandfather wasn't liked by a majority of his children. He wasn't a bad guy, just fellow circumstance, let's just say that. The only one that was really there for most of his elderly life was my mom. Because they had the best relationship out of everybody in that family. So the one person that would call every day, would seek treatment, would seek answers, would entertain him, be there during this entire thing, was her. Which makes me wonder two things. One, she probably felt the worst out of everything. And she recognized the changes all the way through. Or two, so like she suddenly noticed the degradation of him. Or two, because of the slow, like, frog in a pot thing. You know, frog in a boiling pot. If you raise the temperature slowly, the frog will boil and not even realize it's boiling. That common phrase. I wonder if that was also the case, because when I talked to my mom about odd behaviors, she would always just kind of be like, that's just the way it is. Which was really weird. And I wonder if that was cope. She never really told me. But I could never tell if it was like cope, because it's such a tragic thing that she couldn't even come to grips with, like, accepting it. Or she was just kind of ignorant to that because, I mean, you just got used to seeing him like that. But I think it's the former. Really, I do. It'd make more sense. And that's kind of what we're going to be in for the next 6 years. That entire story was talking about... She never got that far, thank goodness. He did pass. If I had to guess by stages, he probably passed in about... like this stage. So this album stages, I would say like late 3 is when he passed away. He died very early into it, but not due to it, but due to other complications. So fortunately, or unfortunately, his death wasn't duly, like, to the deepest parts of Alzheimer's. It was before he could get that far. So it'd be even more subtle for my mom. Scary, huh? So she's just suffering there, like, hoping that one day he'll snap out of it and be okay. Never happened. And that's what this family members might feel for 6 years, or they're just going to be sitting there with that thought of they're gone. When do we pull the plug? I don't know. Hope you enjoyed my story. I haven't been talking about the music much, I'm sorry, but I thought that was a fitting story for this section. So, still just low droning voices. Crackling. Oh wait, did I say stage 3? I think I meant stage 4. I just went to go read them again. Somewhere in stage 4 is about where he was. Which, according to the description, memories are recognizable, but they're somewhat coherent, so some inconsistencies. Yeah, so pretty much there. Like, he's there enough, but there's just like the random bits of like, I am not following. What are you talking about? That doesn't exist. Or like the amount of times I got said, hello, like, how are you? Nice to meet you. The amount of times I got told nice to meet you was annoying, to say the least, because it hurt. I mean, annoying and like I'm angry. Like, the fuck is going on? You know me since I was a little baby. You cleaned my shitters. You babysat me a few times, Grandma. I remember that. You cleaned my doo-doo shits. How do you not remember me? Ouch. And he wasn't even that far gone. My mom never happened. Any of his kids never. But it was only the grandkids he started to like get a little fuzzy on. Rarely though. It was like once every maybe 30 times I'd see him. So not bad, but still like concerning. Just lapses of really bad. Like, who are you? But he's always a gentleman. He'd always get up, shake my hand. The best he could. He was on a wheelchair, but he tried his best to stand up. I'd be like, no, it's okay. Shake his hand. He stand up a few times though, which was dope. He was a strong guy. He was stubborn as hell, so I'm pretty sure that's what kept him going for as long as he did. A stubborn man. It's kind of badass, to be honest. See, the worst part about this sounds is it just sounds like a person. Whether it is or isn't, I can't tell. But remember I told you about voices earlier? How voices can be both soothing and violent. Like, your reaction could either be, yay, a friend, or, oh no, an enemy. Like, voices are so powerful in getting our emotions through because we're such social creatures. So I hate that this entire thing is basically replicating dark, for lack of a better word, demonic voices. It's extremely uncomfortable. More so than other distortions. My personal experience with diseased grandma would have good days and bad days, even at the late stages. Yeah. Late, yeah. I never got there, fortunately. Well, I did with my great-grandmother. So I had 3 people in my... 4, actually, technically. But, which happened since the last album, actually. 2 more have happened since that album, so... It's really bad in my family. I'm really worried, I'll be honest. I'm very scared about myself. But anyway, it seems to be extremely common. My great-grandmother, who I barely knew because I was such a little baby. I talked about her before. She was the one that was very gone. Like, extremely. But that's only from what my mom told me. Because she was telling me about her versus her dad, my grandpa. He would tell me that when we would be riding all the way over there to New Mexico from California to go say hello for a week or 2. She'd tell me all these stories and pass the time, and yeah, she'd say the same thing. She'd say some days she would get up, take care of herself, do what you gotta do. Other days she would just rot if you never addressed her. It's like, what the? She told me that at least. Oh, clarity. And it's terrible that at least be consistent, you know? That would make life a lot easier if you were consistently at the same stage. That was so brief, it's insane. What was that, 6 seconds? It's been getting smaller and smaller with these little clarities. Oh my. That's a jarring shift. Okay, now we have piano. Technically clarity. Technically. That's technically clarity. I was able to understand it as a piano. Just not as to what it is, what it's a part of. So I'm going to read a comment from John here, for those that are listening. It was said canonically that this last clarity is Matthew himself playing a few notes on the piano. Very cool. To be honest, for him as a character. Sorry, I had to pause for a second. The last notes? Are you serious? Just a few notes. Just sitting in the living room. Piano sitting there. You're like, why not? Boom. How many times have we done that in life? If there's been a piano around, you just play a note or two. Even if you don't play piano, you just see it. You gotta hit a note or two. Such a common daily occurrence that all of us can relate to. And if what you're saying is true, that's the last clarity. Why did it have to be so relatable? Oddly enough, I do hear a song, though. Or I'm just looking into it. I'm pretty sure I'm just looking into it. I'm desperate here. mean, I've had nothing to say, so I told you I'd only talk if I have something to say. The charting, it's just the nothingness. Like, I'm just sitting here experiencing it at its finest. Like, there's a lingering dread to it, too. It's, like, oddly enough, intriguing, which is surprising. That I can't help but just, like, enjoy listening to it in this sadistic way. Sadistic? Masochistic? I guess is the better word. And again, it's this, like, growling voice that just... it's making me so uncomfortable. Like, I'm sitting here kind of just like clattering my teeth, just kind of fidgety. I'm in the dark too, by the way. So I'm in the dark. I'm zwooted. Like, dark. My windows are covered. The only thing lighting the room is the computer screen. So I'm in the perfect environment to feel a little uneasy. And I'm telling you, I'm feeling uneasy. Not only with what literally is happening, but of course, or sorry, not with only what we know is happening to the patient, but more so literally what is happening. Like, just the sounds are making me so uncomfortable. Context or not, it's just for me, it's very unnerving. It's hitting my fears. I hate voices that I don't recognize, like that idea of it. If I haven't made that already apparent, I don't like voices. Voices scare me in media. And on top of that, I hate talking. That's worse. I have no idea what this could be. Okay. We got a new phase. So I gotta read that first before I finish my thoughts. Okay. I already know what this is. Just looking at this album, but we're going to talk about it in a second. Like, I was staring at it, and I'm like, what is this? Oh my god. Alright, so. Stage 7. The patient enters what can't be described as anything else but a vegetative state. Any time that is not spent sitting up in bed looking around the room is spent laying down, their maw agape, eyes open, staring into seemingly nothing, an empty, emotionless look permanently burned into their face. This is often called the dementia face. I've never heard of this. Except for, like, I've heard about the staring, but not the open maw. I didn't hear about that. Oh my goodness. It's often called the dementia phase, as most Alzheimer's patients develop this looks late into their condition. Moments of clarity are still there. Also, they could be as simple as the patient singing their name on a postcard, or signing their name on a postcard. Saying someone's name, simply looking at you as though you seem familiar, or even walking around. That second one, the second to last there, simply looking at you as though you are familiar, gave me such a terrifying image. Like, terrifying in context. Like that look, you know what I mean? Like, the slight squint, you know, that look, just squinting a little bit, looking at you like, huh, who, without even saying words. Imagine you never saw that before, and that's the first time you saw it, that imagery. Oh, that is just... I know I'm a baby, but my active imagination kills me sometimes. Okay. Oh, boy. Although moments of clarity are significantly less common by the second phase. So we have tiny itty-bitty clarities. So there is more clarity. So last clarity of this album. That's good, at least. It wasn't piano, but that was such a relatable thing. Anyway, so alone, a figure lays in a bed, unaware of the figure sitting around him. Paints a picture very, very, very nicely there. Nice blunt phrase. Don't gotta dissect that one. It's the truth. Yes, sir. And this is 1966. So 1 year later, we've developed into this. Oh, man. So, what is the image? I would like to believe that this is the record player from, or the record from all the way back. What was it? Stage, or 3, 2? Let me go look. Stage 2 and stage 3. I was actually writing both, actually. So the progression of, for those that don't quite remember, since it was a while, I will actually show you this. Just to paint a better picture and make the viewing experience based. Notice the green, the black, obviously, the yellow. All that can be seen there. The yellow is faded quite significantly. The green fading into gray. Obviously, shattered record. You know, what is a record but storage of a memory? You know, in a metaphorical sense, it could be seen as a very simple brain. It holds one memory, the songs it's put on it. It holds that well and dear. But what happens when that record is broken? That memory no longer can be served. It now serves no real identifiable purpose besides just being a broken, faded memory. So, the record's actually a beautiful piece of imagery to describe through it, you know, slowly breaking over time. Let me show you stage 3, by the way. That goes perfectly into what we're talking about here. Let me see. Medical stage 3. Is there no stage 3? Huh. Why is it not here? Alright, hold on. I guess I'll have to show you this way. I'm sorry. 1 second. So, as you see here, little scuffs here and there, right? Now take a look at this. It's a little bit crushed here. But you can see this is faded more. There's more cracks. This has become blurry. It's a lot less defined. In stage 2. And then obviously we're moving on to that is where our current mental is. If we're going to use the idea of the record being a single storage of memory, such as a brain, yeah, that's not good. It really speaks wonders. So the cool thing about this is that the visuals did most of the storytelling on this one. I like that. That was a nice payoff, I suppose, for remembering the record. That was a nice detail, so I like that. Because yeah, its function is no longer there, the record, so vegetative state. If the brain doesn't work, what are you? I hear this absolutely horrifying thumping. Glad you think the record is great detail. Absolutely, Dante. At least I hope that's what you're going for. I mean, the obvious was, of course, broken record bad, but I think the deeper meaning there of the record being a great symbol for a memory, a storage unit, could be done with anything, really, like that. A hard drive, even a book, could be a great metaphor for that, because it all holds one thing, memories and knowledge, and all that. Memories, knowledge, well, knowledge becomes memory, so it holds a knowledge which becomes memory, so it could be the same thing as this holds a memory. Directly, if someone was to listen to me, they could form a memory. But not anymore. Record's broke. Whew. It's good. It's good. I like it. Now, this track in particular, in comparison to the recent one, albeit much more depressing in the literal fact that we're even farther gone than before. Of course, due to the choices of the music, is a lot more at ease. I mean, again, vegetative. If I was to listen to this without needing to talk and only listen to this and focus only on this, because of such a lack of stimulation, it would nearly feel vegetative in my mind if I was to absolutely rid myself of any thoughts besides the focus of this, because there's so little to engage with in this particular track. Yeah, it makes me feel that, and also on top of that, it's not a bad thing in comparison. At least not thinking is more peaceful than thinking about the fact that I'm not thinking. I'd rather think about not thinking. I'd rather not think about not thinking. Yeah. I wouldn't say mediocre. I'd say for what it was at its time, it's pretty good. Objectively, it has a bit of issues if we're going to talk about like objective quality. But what it's trying to push in the narrative it's doing a great job. I'm still creating a story and I'm still enjoying the experience. So I wouldn't say mediocre. I'd say I enjoy it. not done yet. But it set out to do a goal, and it's done it. It's made me feel what it's like to go through stages. Stages of basically disappearance. What death might feel like if it was laid out over the course of years rather than seconds. I love it. It's great. Again, I have to emphasize, sometimes the best way to enjoy this album is to literally just say nothing. Immerse yourself in the lack of anything. So forgive me if that comes off as lazy content, but I have nothing to say. Eventually there's just nothing to say anymore. You're lost all thought, and you just have to listen and exist. So, we're back to aggressive, I see. I muted my mic so I didn't hear the static of the AC. It was going loud. So I didn't get to my initial reaction, but let me tell you, then like that, I went, no thank you. not much else to say besides complete retrogenesis. 1967. Yet another year passes. So, I just had some time to just absorb it. Yeah, so there's a little bit of static here. It was aggressive in the beginning. At least it felt it. Maybe it was just the contrast, but now I feel at ease. Retrogenesis. I don't know exactly what that word means, but I have a good guess. Let's get the definition. The process by which degenerative mechanisms reverse the order of acquisition and normal development. Well then. Great. So, big words. Basically, nothing new. And basically, nothing there. The loss of not only the ability to get, the ability to hold on, the ability to have any. And according to this, the point at which cells have the inability to communicate with each other. Fundamental connection. Back to zero. Let me double check if there's another definition or another. I don't believe so. No, there is not. Back to a soft synthy sound here, though. This is calming here in this particular second. Yeah, it's just... I really do, like, I feel like a parrot saying this all the time, but with these albums, it always does feel like it gets better, but worse. It's gonna sound corny as shit, but the more you stop thinking, the better things are. But the second you start thinking about what you're listening to again, the worse it gets. It's like you're actually sitting there, happier, brain dead, and trying to hold on to anything, and just giving up and just being part of it, and just stop. No more thought, no more think. Exist. Feels better. So freaky. Such a freaky concept of to give up feels better. Like that phrase is just uncomfortable. And again, like, from that, again, role-playing as the person in this moment feels better than trying to look at it and think I'm happy having nothing. It's better that way. So I'm going to do that until the next big change. I guess from here on out, you won't be hearing much of me unless there's something to say. I've said that a million times, but yeah, I think we're really hitting the point where there's going to be nothing. Speaking of which, a note. Less than 2 seconds. A simple rift. To take me out. To take me out of my comfort and make me feel bad again. See what I was talking about? That wasn't a good experience. That was a bad experience. You can interpret that as, yay, happiness. I interpret that as, why'd you remind me? I would have been better off if you didn't remind me that I'm supposed to feel bad right now. I'd rather feel nothing. That's how I interpret that. Maybe that's cynical. But it's better to not have a thought. And just be numb. Than to remember that I'm nothing. I'm gone. Very small glimpse of a horn right there. Like, very small. And that wasn't even that clear. Like, that was a terrible clarity. But it still brought me back into it. Jeez. Like, it's just... it's so spooky. Crazy thing that this is still 4 years away from death. And, you know, this also brings into the question, like, what's the morality on this? Are you even alive? The only thing keeping you alive is the fact that we feel so much dread and we don't come to acceptance that this is real, that we do keep people alive way longer than they might even want to be. Because we just don't want to let them go. Even if they're not really there, we still want everything that we have, because once it's gone forever. So even if it's only 10% of a person, 1%, we're still going to latch onto that emotionally. Like, we're very illogical creatures when it comes to our love and compassion and memories and fondness of our social status. Not social status, but our social circles. We will do dumb things for those that we love, including potentially something like this. This terrible for both parties. Acceptance and healing can't begin until the wound is done bleeding. And as long as we are still alive, that is happening. Us, the character. And not only that, but, like, there is nothing, like, there's no reason for us to be alive currently, and that's a terrifying thing to say. Like, you know how cold that sounds? I'm not saying they don't deserve to be alive. I'm saying, would you even want to be? Like, not suicidal, just, is this the life you'd like to have? Or would it be better off to end it because there's no way you get better? There is no reversing this. Would it be better just to close the wound and let the healing begin? It's a crazy question you can ask yourself, because self-preservation is such an intense part of who we are. It's what got us to this point. Otherwise we wouldn't be here. We'd be some other shit. I don't know. Giant turtles or whatever would take us in the evolutionary race. So the fact that at this point in time we can question our us that even being a thing, like, is it worth preserving this? Like, that's such a dark thought, but, like, I'm talking from the point of view, like, what would I do in this situation? Not the point of view of someone that would do the pulling of the plug. Me, right now. It's these questions, these dark questions that I love these albums for so much. The, should I even be alive? Would I even want to be? Should I just go? You should just end it now. But what's crazy about it is when you're in this point, and keep in mind the time period this was taking place in, when medical research was absolutely booty cheeks, in comparison to it is now. In the last 100 years, we've progressed a ton. So, in 67, although we're getting better, there's still a long ways to go in research on this and an understanding of it in a public setting. Like, the general population... Oh, again, clarity to bring you out of it. The general understanding of the populace. I still cling on to hope when nowadays we know so much about it that there is none really. So like, I believe in ignorance here a little bit. Define what you're being told. And this is from an experience that I can actually say that's somewhat similar from, again, my roommate, because they did something similar enough to where the parallels are crazy in that regard. Again, they worked in organ donation. So they had brain dead patients. Similar. Very similar. There's no activity up there. It's just a body. Much more aggressive because they're actually not moving at all, except for twitches, but, you know. I've told this last time, but now there's a little different context. So, religion and faith and blessings and miracles, instead of the twitching giving it way, it was more so that we believed that it would come through. So, again, life support being extended only through the belief and the hope, rather than what we know is true. This disease is not really reversed. Has it ever reversed? That's a good question. I don't know. Has it ever reversed from something this deep? I have no idea. I would like to doubt that it would ever hit a reversal at this point in life. I mean, at this point in this stage. But like, when you're brain dead, you're brain dead. When you're brain gone, you're brain gone. It doesn't just grow back. At least to enough where you're going to be even considered somewhat normal. But you'll still cling on to your hope, your hopium, your rage, your desperation for everything to be okay. Because that's just who we are. Illogical creatures that love makes us do dumb things. So wrapping it back around, it's cruel for everyone here that I'm alive as the patient. It's cruel for everyone. Because not only do I suffer, all those around me. That's the worst. That's the worst. That's the worst. See, now I'm starting to hit the feels moment. Not like this. Not like this. My emotional ass could never listen to these albums. Especially after 2 amazing happy days, this is one hell of a whiplash, I'll tell you. 2 of the best days I've had in years. That was a great birthday and a great after birthday. And the next day following, we get Sag. That's some contrast. So I'm pretty sure that's going to hit me a little harder than I was expecting this album to hit me. So I'm sorry if I start turning to little baby man. Little baby wolf. It is what it is. Because I'm starting to feel pretty swelly right now. I'm going to take another one to make sure that we're ending this off strong, because I believe we only have an hour and a half left. So, another one to maintain this 6 to 8. So, here, cheers, I suppose. You probably heard me. If you heard that, that was me. And that was 7 seconds for number 7. This one's probably going to send me into a doozy. Sorry if I get really incoherent, because that was quite a big one. That was a gigantic ass cloud. Couldn't see it because of the green screen, but I might get a little loopy and saddy and cryy. Just saying. Something. A brief fade in. Of course. You sneaky son. So, just like before, where it never began, the song, same here. But just much later on. Again, clinging on to that hope. To me, You may be clinging on to hope. I'm the opposite. It makes me upset. Because now I'm thinking about dying again. Like how I'm dying. 1980, or 86, 1968. Empty, empty, empty. Caverns aching so much that they don't know what aching feels like anymore. There's a lot of words here that we've seen all over the place multiple times. This is like this is quite a long ass title. Empty, empty, empty caverns aching so much that they don't know what aching feels like anymore. It's just it's a mess. It's a mesh of a lot of the other titles that I remember. At least. It's a title of all time. I like it though. I mean, again, very blunt, but it's telling you the truth. Like, empty caverns aching so much they don't know what it can feel like. We've already mentioned that. We don't know what it feels like. Let's see if there's a second phase here. You can't hurt if you don't know what hurt is. If I was to ask you, what does it feel like to hurt? You'll tell me. Imagine you're at a point where it's like, what does it feel like to hurt? And it's just, shh. You can't hurt, can you? Maybe you can feel it, but you don't know that's hurt. Ooh, don't like that, man. No. Oi, 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 oi. Again, nothing new to say here. Still in the same. But 1968, 3 years left, guys. So, well, before the droning was at least, like, something different every once in a while, I guess. I didn't really notice that, but, like... This one's really repetitive, and... getting even more to the point where you just stop thinking. But that bass is also extremely intense. It's so strong, it's almost popping. What I'm imagining with this music is the boom. Think of it like a misfire. Boom. It kind of reminds me of something trying to kickstart and just failing. Much like a record when it's on like loop, you know what I mean? That makes the song even a little bit sadder thinking about how it's like really trying to kickstart. It's just like failed firing. Because remember it mentioned that at this point in time things are starting to fail. like, firing doesn't even occur anymore. It's not even a missed memory. It's just like, nothing happened. Sorry, come back soon. It's relaxing, I suppose, to an extent. But I don't know. It's pretty sad. Yeah, exactly. It's trying to fire. Like, I'm imagining. That's what I imagine. I mean, it could just be a repeating noise, but it kind of just symbolic. It just kind of reminds me. We're trying to start. It just keeps not happening because we're so deep in now. Like, keep in mind, if 1 year ago we were vegetative, what are we now? Like, it's getting worse. We have 3 years. I don't understand. Like, holy shit. Interesting voice of some kind. Literally a single memory and a lot of nothing. So one got to fire. Literally only one. If we want to take this interpretation. Only one firing happened there. So, what is that? A less than 0.01% success rate? Or something at this point? With that theory, it does make this entire song so much more depressing. And even when you hear something nice, you go, that's how often this happens? That's how often one of these works? Oh, there's something there. That sounded creepy. Very creepy. So it was that same sound as before. Just a horrible sound, really. I don't know what it's supposed to mean. And it's happening more often. Oh shit. I really wish I had that heart rate thing. My heart rate is going fast as shit. I'm getting like very nervous. I was just kind of in my own head for a minute there and I drew really bad conclusions. I'm very doomer, and that's good, I suppose. Just immersing myself in this is just like any spirit I had is it's kind of being snuffed out, and that's good. It's good. Okay, those are back now. It's been a while since we heard that. Definitely sounded like a low voice for a second. Yeah, that's a really uncomfortable sound. Whatever it is, it's so disturbing. Like, I'm still trying to draw conclusions on what that might be, but I'm really coming up empty here. You could just take it as like. The only thing I was thinking of, this is kind of a stretch, is like outside. So this is what we hear. And when, like, there's nothing in us. So the only thing that exists now is like physical stimuli. So what if those like weird ass noises we're still hearing is like TV or people? To even further show the isolation that we're in. Even things happening aren't registering. It's just nothing. Because it happens infrequently enough where I could believe that that could be true. And it happens in complete forms usually. It's not like jumpy. It's just kind of noise. Which memories is what you have to pull out. But stimulation is what you just experience. You don't really need to pull fragments. It's just, there it is. But this is how I'm interpreting it. Kind of a far stretch, but it's kind of fun if you think about it like that. And again, in this album in particular, those little cracks is more. So there is still stuff in us that's decaying. According to this universe's use of instruments, the crackling is the fading of cells, neurons. So there is actually just enough. And these are probably like actual functions now. Right? Like, we're getting to the point where the things we're forgetting is out of function. Your brain loses the ability to say beat to your heart. Like, if you die only from this, I'm sure that's how it works, right? Like, no other complication. You just... One of the basic processes for staying alive is gone. So you just... done. Brain death, essentially. Like, we're hitting bare stuff now. Bare minimum to exist. To not die. Ugh. what's really getting to me. Like, it's so repetitive. It's so long. It's reminding me a lot of when we did that Garfield thing. Like, I'm getting that same feeling. You remember that Garfield? What was it? It was that fake Garfield parody. Anyone remember that one? We did a full reaction to that. That was... I'm getting the same feeling right now. I'm kind of getting lost into it. And not a good way. In a fun way, but not a good way. Like, yes, I'm following. Yes, I'm following. Like, that's kind of the internal thought. Like, yes, I'm there. Yes, I'm there. Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here. Like, it's a call and answer. Like, the song plays, then I agree with it. Then it plays, then I agree with it. It's like this conversation with only myself. This particular track. And it's kind of like making me feel intense. That's the best way to describe it right now. And a change. Clarity. The piano once more. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so remember when I was saying where I hated those things now? I really hate them now. In like a relationship way, not a objective. Relationship wise, those moments of clarity make me feel... Oh my god, there's a freaking... Ah. There's like a little moth flying all over me. Sorry about... What the... I have a moth? What the fuck? Immersion ruined. Sorry, I got attacked by a moth on stream. Somebody needs to go talk to Juniper. Control her babies. What the hell? Anyway. What I was saying is... that conversation that I was having was actually becoming like... a social contract with me in the song, and then that moment of clarity is like a brutal interruption. Think of it like every teen drama movie when the two main characters are about to kiss or whatever, and everyone's like, oh my god, it's gonna happen, the ship is real. And then fucking Jimmy comes in and he's like, I'm Jimmy, and then he ruins the mood. That's basically what these clarities feel like at this point in time for me. That like, oh god damn it, like that feeling that you would see in like any of those corny over-the-top Disney films, Disney Channel films. So it was a good relationship and honestly fun, and it's just this interruption. And I feel like I'm insane saying that, but I'm telling you exactly how I'm feeling raw. It felt like I was talking to someone. Slow, dark whimpers with empty, vague transitions to complete nothing. What in the motherfuck am I looking at? Let me read. This phase is similar to the first and second phase. It often lasts until the patient's death, but few are granted a brief few days of bliss just before death, in a phenomena dubbed terminal lucidity. We've heard that before. Oh boy. So this is the moments leading up to, I suppose. The deepest we can go. Until the patient's death, but few are granted a brief few days. So, we're getting to the point where our brain has only a few days of function, and we're gone. We have 2 years of actual in time, canon, lifespan, and we're only going to have a few days where it's good. God damn. Sorry, that clip was loud. 1971. 2 years, and we're going to only have a few days. I'm trying to dissect. So let's read the title again. Slow, dark whimpers with empty, vague transitions to complete nothing. Like, everything there was really nice. I liked that. The slow, dark whimpers. These muddled voices. Empty, vague transitions. Which just basically is another way to say confusing. All down to complete nothing. Like, I just liked the way I was imagining that phrase. Just painted a nice picture. You arrived nearly at the end. We are on stage 7 with 1 more to go, I believe. We will be stage 7, right? Yes. The end of stage 7, really. We will be heading out to somewhere. Don't worry, all these are VODed if you'd like to rewatch them. The first one is online. There is some copyright issues with blocking, so I'll have to fix that, but other than that, we're doing good. I don't even think I made sense there. But yeah, you can go watch those and have a fun time. But yeah, it's sad right now. Department stores? Oddly enough, I literally see a department store too. That's weird. Does anyone else see that? Like, I do get the feeling of a department store. Like, this feels like when I was like a kid in a department store. Specifically, like 10, 11. I'm getting a vivid memory. Am I crazy? Wait, I didn't see that until you mentioned it, and now it seems so clear. Rocks in the mist, yeah. I see that, like lava. The image looks like feet, bruh. Alright, Alan, we're gonna put you in the cage for that one. Can't have shit on the internet without everyone bringing feet into the conversation. I'm kidding. What's that? Dementia? Feet. When I think of dementia, feet. God, you guys. It's okay. We needed a comedy breakup. Otherwise, we're all going to go insane. see a department store though, like a memory, but I can't quite place why. I think I know what it is. Oh my god. So this is like, this is so stupid. I know why this reminds me of a department store of some kind. This is the shoe aisles. This is the exact visual of a shoe aisle for me as a person that dislikes buying shoes. Like, I'm not even trying to be funny here. I just hate the shoe sections of all department stores. It just, like, makes me uncomfortable. And probably the reason why is because I always got stuck here for hours as a kid, waiting for all my sisters and my brothers who were all into shoes to get their goddamn shoes. We get them once a year or something like that. Once or twice a year or something for like school or whatever, because we'd wear them out. Oh my god, we've been there forever. So this is a negative memory personally, and I can't believe that you made me think that. Like, it's funny, but it's also like, I don't like it. Because I hated that so much. So even like nowadays, I just don't. It's a bad vibe. You know, you just have associated feelings with some things. Even if it's completely innocent, you just have an associated feeling. That's me with fucking shoe aisles. I always just think about, oh, I want to go home. I want to play video game. I don't want to be here. This shit sucks. I already got my shoes in like 10 seconds. Why is it taking so long for everyone else? Ah. I might be exaggerating a bit, but it was 40 minutes to the mall, 40 minutes back, and an hour probably in the mall. So yeah, it was 3 hours of just fuck. Fortunately, we have closer malls now, but not where we used to live. But I do believe you are right that these are people, because that's the funny, weird one that I took out of it. But I do see department stores, specifically the shoe section, because it's those giant columns, and you can see the shoes kind of poking out of the sides. Anyway, people, I would believe that's true too, because now we're hitting like, well, it's 1969. I would say that this is better if it was people, if it was just 1 year later, where now people are starting to spend time with us because they know we're fading away. Like, we might have been in a we might have been in a nursing home, but like visits were occasional. But say the doctor just said like, okay, they are so gone, they could die at any moment. And we're just a strange case where we just kept persevering, right? That's the point of this. It's just one of the longest cases, I think, based on true story or true story. I think, if I recall reading it, chat. Anyway, if you were told this person might die any day, what would you do? Visit as much as possible. So maybe you're right. Maybe it's 2 years ahead of time when we got that diagnosis of they're going to die anytime now. Yeah, there was one track saying that, which only meant like occasionally. But for the entire album art to be people, I would like to believe that that means that the entire thing is based around the concept of people being around you to some extent. And maybe that's why. Because we're really deep in now where we've been diagnosed terminal. So this is just family and friends being there as much as they can to celebrate every day. Because who knows? I might go to bed, wake up tomorrow, they're dead. Because we don't know. We can't tell when it's going to happen, but they're about to die. So I could believe there'd be a lot of family. And yeah, there goes that. There was a little lucidity, right? I was talking over it. I'm sorry. Again, lucidity more so upsets me than it helps me. Sorry about that. Whoa. Oh my god. So I was basically Ryan Gosling for a little bit there. I just snapped out. Okay, so you know Ryan Gosling with the looking up the big purple woman? I think I was just doing that for the past like 10 minutes. That just went poof. Like that's how I was feeling, and that just whipped me the that's what I'm saying. I kind of prefer it not doing that. I'd like just, and I mean that isn't like a coping way. It's better to not be reminded. I was okay with just existing. Like I was completely brain off. Like I don't think I had a single thought in my head in that last 10 minutes. Just staring up at the roof. Just listening. Nothing. Literally nothing going on. And this took me out of it. Like, I've never felt this before, but I feel like running away. I was trying to process what this uncanny feeling is. It's like, just get away from this. It's like seeing a roach. Your instinct is just to get away from it or remove it. I have that same really disgusted feeling. But disgust and rage rather than disgust in, like, any other form. More like your existence. I hate your existence. Extremely vitriolic feeling. Vitriol, I don't know if that's the right word, but just pure anger. But I think that just stems from this feeling of kind of being cheated. Like, why am I the victim here? Kind of feeling. What did I do? Which might just be because, again, I like to really immerse myself here, but that's what I'm feeling. Just very mad, angry, like murderous feeling. Like, I'm telling you, like, I'm very upset. But that's good. I can't say I've felt that before. I don't know if that's if anyone's ever felt that, but I feel very angry. Not enough to crack, but enough to just like feel like there's a flame in my stomach. saying, like, I don't know why I'm feeling that. It's kind of like what I'm specifically angry at is what I'm staring at. Like, just these figures are just like the direction of my anger. I think I'm mad at the album. Maybe. Like, not the cover, like this relationship that I've been developing those last 3 songs. I don't know if I'm actually going insane, but like I think that's it. I'm like angry at this persona that I've been talking to. Persona, I don't know, the personification. Whatever conversations I've been having, pretty much silently with myself with this album, I'm just like angry at it now. Like, it's mistreating me, kind of feeling like it's abusive. Oh, that's a weird feeling. Why am I? This conversation is so weirdly deep. I'd say I'm at 9 right now, by the way. This is something that I don't think it could be experienced in any other fashion, because this is a weird feeling of betrayal and rage, and like I was owed better, but I was given the worst from this. Like, hatred. Like I feel hated, so I hate back. And I think that stems not from the quality, but like the journey is so miserable, in a good way obviously, but it's miserable, that I can only feel like anger towards the album for making me feel it, just as you would feel frustration and rage towards the disease that it's mimicking. And that's a cool feeling. Didn't expect rage at the end of this album. I sound calm, but that's because of how I am. I'm usually the kind that just gets angry and keeps it to myself. I'm not really a blurter. I don't like confrontation. Like, sorry if I sound edgy, but like, yeah, I'm kind of pissed. But I think in this case, if I was to put myself in the shoes of the victim, I think if I could comprehend, I would be angry too, even if I was the one with dementia here. What did I do? What did I do wrong? There has to have been something wrong. I did something wrong. Somebody wronged me. Why? It's a question we can't answer because nature doesn't work on whys. It's all random. The dice rolled for every action you have, to an extent. And in this case, you just rolled a nat 1. It's a dorky way of looking at it, but I love D&D when it comes to the realism of, well, that's just how life is too. You can go in with a plan, but things just change on you so drastically. At no fault of your own besides just playing the game, aka living. And with dementia, yeah. That's exactly what it is. A random event that you might have done, most likely have not done anything to deserve, but you have it now. So what do you feel? Sadness? Or do you, in my case now, feel rage that it's happened to me? Anyway, 1970, 1 year before terminal. Final burnings, slivers of the last thoughts you will ever think of. Yeah. I feel like I've explained it enough, what I feel. That's cool. Albeit I'm very irrationally angry right now, to the point where I might actually be jumpy on somebody if they were to aggravate me. Currently, like, it's very emotionally controlling me. I still enjoy it. Am I just a masochist in the end? It's moving, that's why. It's good to feel something. When art makes you feel, even for the simplest of reasons, it's good to feel. A slow fade. Back to the drone. Interesting. It's gross. I can't remember the last time I felt this upset. Like, I've been upset at things before, and I've been upset at situations recently. But like this burning hatred for an individual, I have not felt in a long time. And again, the individual is just the album itself, so it is a thing, but like I've created this like stupid image in my brain that I've been painting for the last like 15 minutes. And I couldn't really voice it because it was, again, an internal monologue, really. But yeah, I just want it to be over, to be honest. Like, not in a bad way. I do genuinely feel like I just want it to end. Like, excuse me. What the hell was that? Another bit to just remind me. Because it makes you happy in a second and you get just pissed again. Just as fast as you were happy. For that brief second of like, something different. Ah, wait, what am I thinking? Like, not happy. I was thinking. I thought. With that ring, I thought. I went, stimuli. What's that? What's this? Boom. The thought in itself, not even happy, just thinking. I thought. And I hated that I thought. Because then when I thought, now I know that I thought. And when I thought, when I think I thought. And now I'm angry that I'm thinking. That made no sense. I got lost in the thoughts. You get what I'm saying. So, what the fuck? I despise this album with all of my being. This is the face of what my frustrations are being vented towards. I hate it mostly because it gives me an outlet, but second of all, holy fuck is that creepy. I'm going to guess, if we're talking about easy symbolism and what it means, and judging by the hat, this could easily be the man, the myth, the legend, the boy, gone hero, gone tragic survivor. Or, well, I guess not survivor, but tragic sufferer of the dementia, Matthew himself. Because the symbolism here is that the you that did exist no longer is here. Gone, forgotten, a memory. Which as well will fade. And in your world, the only world that exists from your point of view is gone. That world no longer exists. A faded, blurred memory of what you once were, what you once had. There's nothing. You're gone. I hate this image. In the best of ways. Time to read, fellas. Stage 8. Terminal lucidity is a phenomena that isn't entirely understood by or agreed by science. It typically happens within the final few days before the patient passes away. Terminal lucidity is not a complete resurgence of mental clarity as most people paint it to be as. At most, the clearest it gets is late stage 2 or mid stage 3 quality of clarity. The patient will not be able to recover what has been taken from them by Alzheimer's disease. What's lost cannot be brought back. The memories these patients are able to recall are most likely the best moments in their life, or something the patient was constantly reminded of throughout their condition. New memories are able to be formed and recalled, and the patient's mood is often that of a child's. Now, title, 1971 by the way, the final year of our life. A place hidden far and vast becomes open. Obviously, a reference to the terminal lucidity we're about to have it. Also, January 9th, 1971. Keep that in mind. The death, according to the page, on a cool January night. So, let's see how many days we survive. It only says on a cool day. So, we're currently the 9th. So, remember that. I'm going to guess like a week or so at most. And it started when he played one of his father's old records while it was half worn away. Oh, these titles are going to get me feeling. No, you can't say that. It's so corny. It's so expected, but every time terminal lucidity starts to happen, I always get so waterworks. You could just take it as he's hanging out with his dad, or maybe he got to hear music for the first time. Maybe he's a little baby, or just a genuine moment with his father on a Sunday, or maybe a Saturday, the weekday. Enjoying the little times together. Of course that'd be a good memory. Who doesn't remember childhood memories like that? Well, some, and my heart goes to them, but, you know. I have a memory with my dad when it comes to music. It's so simple. It's not even too specific. But it's something I'll never forget. So my dad is a classic military vet, staple, drives big truck. You can already paint a picture of this guy. So what does he like? He likes rock, and not just any kind of rock. The absolute classics. Right? It's his thing. So Aerosmith comes on. Right? And Sweet Emotion starts to play. And I remember asking him this very specifically. Okay, so I asked him, Dad, what is a sweet emotion? Sweet E space motion. What's a sweet emotion? And he said, I don't know, it's a sweet emotion. And we kept saying that back and forth. And he's like, I don't get what you're asking. It's a sweet emotion. It's an emotion that's sweet. But I'm like, that doesn't make sense. What is a sweet emotion? Because I thought it was sweetie motion. You get it, right? It's such a stupid, simple thing. But we were just back and forthing until he understood what the hell I was saying. And from then on, it just became such an inside joke for us. If you hear the song, I would just say, sweet emotion, like, sweet emotion. It's such a simple story, but yeah, sweet emotion. What's a sweetie motion? Yeah, it's so dumb, but I'll remember that. So just listening to that song, and then from then on, I kind of formed a personality around that music. I started to love that music just because of that sweet moment. Before then, I didn't really listen to any of that, and then I was like, you know, it just reminds me of good times with my dad, so listening to that era, Aerosmith and all them, just makes me feel great. And this is Retro Genesis Camaraderie, which we've heard this before. January 10th now, by the way. 1 day has passed. I have a feeling like I'm going to imprint this image in my mind, by the way. I'm going to see this at night. So if I'm not energized tomorrow on Twitter or whatever, you know why. I like to burn images in my mind. I'm a little baby like that. It's not even particularly scary. It's more so the implication that's scary. So it's the song again, but this one's definitely a lot less clear than the last one. Without a doubt. So I guess just showing there's good days and bad days still, even in this good moment. Someday, yeah. You might be good one day, you might be bad the next. As always with dementia. Fade away, either bait or real. Let's see. Gonna assume that's a fading memory now. Sleeping or waking, my poor heart is aching. You know, dear, it's breaking for you. So, dearest memories, right? Do you want to go with the cliche of first dance? I'm assuming, or not first dance, sorry, because breaking for you is wrong. Well, it could be. Depends on what context is saying breaking you. Because, you know, it could be like, my heart aches when you're gone for 10 minutes. It could be cute like that. I don't know the actual lyrics behind it. But you could think of it like a first dance. Like, that's how I'm interpreting it. I don't know the actual lyrics, but I've known songs that are like, when I go to bed and you're not there, I ache for you. You know, things like that. So I'd like to say that this is a first dance of some type. I mean, if we're playing a slow love song, I don't think it's going to be a first date you remember. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the day you got married. Because that's a big deal. Way bigger than your first date. Or maybe even maybe your daughter's wedding or your son's wedding. That's a big one. Again, big deals. Like, I'm trying to process what I'm feeling, because I remember I was angry. I still am angry. But, like, the more I'm thinking about this, the more I'm relating it to myself and the little memories I'll remember. It's starting to really weigh me down. And, like, I'm feeling forgiveness, but for what? Am I just a pushover? I'm so angry one minute and I'm so happy the next. But, like, forgiving. And, like, I want to give in and just start feeling these emotions, but I feel like I need to be guarded. Like, I'm not truly okay, which is true. It's terminal lucidity. But it, like, is this, this is going to sound so fucking cringe, but it's like those... What would be a good example? Oh, God, I don't want to say that. I'm going to ruin it. I'm not going to say that. Never mind. Let's kill this thread. If I say that, you guys are going to take you right out of this experience. You're going to laugh your ass off. I remember yesterday morning with you, dear, the car, groceries. Well, we know what that's all about. Daily life. Little things. The little things that are okay. I mean, maybe you remember going to certain stores with your family. No particular memory, you just remember doing that. Or every time we used to eat pizza on a Friday, you'd sit on the left side, I'd sit on the right side. We'd hang out and we'd watch some... I don't know, whatever's on Disney. It's those little things that are just so common in your life that you'll always remember them. The little quirks about your life, the little things you love to do, just passively, nothing important. So, I'm sure the song's about something entirely different. That was a horrible dip right there, but I'd like to imagine that's what it means. Just living. What it's like to live. What it's like to just exist. with someone you love or those you love around you. So the real question here is, does this exact image take place? It has to. It takes place directly after terminal lucidity. And maybe somebody spilt the beans and said, "Welcome back. Do you know what's happening to you?" You know, this is him trying to be like, "What do you mean? Wait, what?" Checks himself in the mirror, and this is that frame. January 11th. I became a false, true camera. I no stop. No, yes, blooming. I'm slipping, Mary. What's Mary? Oh, Jesus. So obviously we had a good phase, now we have a bad phase. We've done that before. That was short. A childlike mind, the doctor says. He won't be here much longer, the doctor says. Another... This fucking name. I mean, blunt to the truth. We did read that in the paragraph. I hear Papa. What? Aww. So now maybe that's when they're saying it's over? Oh. I hate that that's a call and an answer. The one thing we couldn't do for years. Call and answer. That nothing is forever, nothing stays. Forever nothing will be here forever. Oh. January 12th. And I think in this case, it's a double meaning. Nothing as in your life will last forever, and nothing as in this clarity will last forever. Because obviously this one's much more intense again. Yeah, that's what I'm imagining. I mean, I don't know why he'd be dressed up in a hat and whatnot, but maybe he loves his hat or something, so they let him keep it. I don't know. But I like that theory about him just now discovering what's wrong. Like, not discovering, but remembering. He forgot, and now he's back again. And this is... Like, those first few were much more sweet, and now it's a little bit messy. I wonder if that's why. Remember, and then wish I didn't remember. Yeah. I'm gonna guess, obviously, brain go bad, but this sounds just very stressful. compared to other tracks we've had recently. So, and it was right after our Diagnosis song, pretty much. So, like close to enough. I don't know. I don't know how that works, and I'm actually curious now. During Terminal Lucidity, can they then be reminded what's happening, and does it start a whole cycle again? Like, I do wonder. Like, I hope no one did that by accident, but if... No, that cut. That was so jarring. What's this? Twilight Time, glorious Twilight Time, bedtime. I hate this. It's so clean, so clear, so beautiful. And the title is so brutal. Twilight Time, glorious Twilight Time, bedtime. The eternal sleep. Is it already gone? Oh. What I like about Twilight in this context, though, is that Twilight is the transition period between night and day. And with night being cloudy and dark and hard to understand, and day being clear and, well, where we deserve to be. We stay awake during the day and sleep at night, us humans. So it's just a familiar, nice place to be rather than night. I like it. Like, I'm imagining the sun or the moon setting and the sun slowly starting to rise. Like, very slowly. But in this case, what it really means is that transition from life. Not only is it going from darkness to clarity, transition from this to the next, to the afterlife, or whatever you believe in. Twilight is a great word to use. Oh, what the fuck is that? Oh, that was so loud. was that? It was midnight. So that was the day, and now we're going from light to dark. Pretty much, right? And it's titled Death. No shit, but like... Oh my god. What were we hearing? Was that him dying? I couldn't... Scratching, what the hell? So, yeah, as with how Twilight brings up, this is all sunset, aka bringing it out to midnight. Transition of one day to the next. Midnight being the exact moment 2 days touch. Death being the next day. Death being the next moment, the next chapter. These are NASA samples? Oh my goodness. So it's really the sound of the universe. The passing. No longer is the brain controlling the narrative, it's just nature moves on. This is the sound of nature. The sound of existence, the world, without any interruption. If that's true. I don't know if that's true, but you said that in chat, I'm gonna have to believe you. That's surreal. Spooky. Surreal? What's the word? Uncanny? Horrifying. Beautiful. Everything. It's all uncanny. I don't know. Sure. Uncanny talking to us. Oh, you were making a joke. Yeah, chilling. Like I have this such a complex emotion right now. I want to cry, but I also want to rage. I want to beat, but I also want to run. Like, what am I feeling? I'm so conflicted. Like, I'm just bobbing my head. Soon enough, there will be nothing left here. I don't think we've done this either. I think we've done Afterlife in the last one. And we've obviously done Death in a literal form, but I don't think we've had... Well, we did. With the Afterlife one, there was a death track, but, like... One using real time and also... What is that? Oh shit. Crackling. Oh fuck. Crackling means more brain death. And it's a lot. Like a lot. Oh my fuck. Like it's static / crackling. So this is all the this has to be what I was talking about earlier. The essentials. Holy shit. I called that, and that's fucking terrifying. There it is. Absolute brain death. Nothing left. Oh, shit. Let's go. Let's go. Everybody, let's go. That was awesome. That was a cool-ass ending. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, my God. Sorry, I had to lighten the mood there. That was such a cool ending. I'm so emotionally conflicted right now. I don't know what to feel. I don't know if I'm angry. I don't know if I'm sad. I don't know if I'm overjoyed. I don't know if I'm relieved. I got everything, and that was such a cool way for the instruments to, without being too graphic. Because what you could have done is you could have put like a what, beep, and that would have been corny as shit. Instead, you used our previous knowledge from the album where static and crackle equals brain death. Amplify it up to 50,000 where it's the only thing you hear. And our brain is degenerating so damn fast. It teaches us to stop functioning. Whatever it was, breathing, your heart, anything, whatever function you needed, it ceased. It doesn't, your brain don't know what to do. It has no concept of breathe in, breathe out. What the fuck is the Nostalgia Critic doing in the thumbnail? This is a Ralph the Movie Maker video. I've been rewatching Ralph the Movie Maker because he has some funny ass videos. He has some good old classics. I like him. Although he has a couple words that didn't age well. I believe he's gay, so he gets a pass. I think he is. I never looked it up. I don't really stalk someone like that, but I believe I heard through the vine he's gay. So it's okay for him to say it, I guess. He's just reclaiming the word, that's all. If he's not, then older YouTube videos, a little sketch. Anyway, back to the album. Thank you, Dante, for that experience. I really want to say that that's a new emotion. I don't know if that's because of what I'm currently at right now, but I've never been so filled with anger at something in my life, and that's a good thing. I think since it was so long, I was able to develop this like better personal connection with it to the point where I was able to develop a personality of the album and getting angry at that personality because it was so mean to me. That's pretty cool. Watch the Nostalgia Critic video. Okay, sure. Watch.
What a beautiful day. The sun is shining, cats are roaming about, the birds are chirping. This is the perfect day to stay inside and watch a bunch of Nostalgia Critic.
Hello, I'm the Nostalgia Critic. I remember it so you don't have to.
Two things.
Anyway, you get why I think he's funny. There's the intro. It's a 55-minute video. Jesus Christ. The birds are chirping. It's perfect time to go watch some Nostalgia Critic. Let's get in on a good note, I guess. Let's go back to here. Let me turn off just... Oh, we're still on the... I haven't changed it since the birthday. I'm sorry about that. So busy yesterday. I haven't done anything. 1 second. It's birthday. No worries. Poggers, happy birthday. Because it's still my birthday week, so it makes sense. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to put into words what I'm feeling because I can't. Like, I'm angry, I'm happy, I'm sad, I'm glad. Everything at a time made me feel just complete despair and just nothing besides just wanting to die because it was such a depressing album that I haven't experienced before that it made me feel sad. The second one, if I remember correctly, also made me feel sad, but in a different way because it was tying too close to what I've been told my whole life. I was born and raised Christian. So hearing such a religiously heavy ending, spoilers alert, I guess, by the way. The second, what was the second? I'm sorry, it's been a long time. But the second one, that one made me feel differently sad, but more in a like personal, like I feel kind of bad because my grandma still goes to church every single day pretty much. She don't fuck around. I mean, not every single day, every single week. So she's super religious. My mom is super religious, and I kind of feel like I'm letting them down in that reason. I don't know if I said that in the second album. It kind of felt like that. And in this album, I'm feeling an entirely different feeling of, instead of sadness in any regard, Like this rage and distrust and betrayal from the piece of music, which is crazy. And I think it's because this one had a lot more of the like aggressive attackers. The other ones were a passive listening experience, which you got to be a part of. But this one, the thing that made it so much different to me was that there was a lot more direct attacks on the viewer with loud sounds, hard jarring cuts, disturbing sounds that you can't place your finger on, voices being used to even make it even more creepy, familiarity being played with super hard, a lot of things that just constantly kept pushing you around, and you just felt like you're getting bullied by this damn album. So maybe that's why I felt so much damn rage to this thing, in a good way, of course. Like I was hating the disease, because the album is the disease. I was hating the disease. I was hating the concept of it. Like I was just in pure fucking rage at this, that I'm losing here to this thing. And that's a good emotion, I suppose. It's a different way to look at it, and I don't think that was ever the expected outcome, but that's how I felt. And that was awesome. So thank you, Dante. And if there's anything I can say that was overwhelmingly to be praised about this, I appreciate its length. I'm sure a lot of people gave you shit for its length. I think that it going so long allows that connection to be built. It wasn't so long that I was like ready to stop listening, like I was losing interest. Then again, I'm very patient when it comes to this stuff. I'm okay with being enveloped for 40 minutes of the same sound over and over as long as it has an emotional payoff. So I like the length a lot. That was nice. And this isn't even the longest one, so I hear. That's out there. So I do appreciate that, though. That's probably the best part of it that is new to me. Remember, I'm new. If I was to revisit this after 50 more albums or whatever, I'd probably have something different to say in that regard. But this one, I really enjoyed the length. Added so much more to this experience than the previous two did, in its own different way. So that was probably the best part of it, even though it's also the worst part of it. And worst as in, it makes it so much more emotional if you really don't distract yourself and focus only on the album. Because now you have nothing else besides that noise for so long that you will develop a relationship with that noise. Very similar to the companion cube. You're just like, it's me and you, buddy. We're stuck here. Mano y mano. Let's tango. I'm going to listen to you, and you're going to tell me what you have to say, and I'm going to interpret that, and I'm going to tell you what I think. Yeah. So, thank you. And, here, I'll turn on chat for a little bit. We'll just talk for a little bit longer, so that the VOD isn't bloated. Here, chat, I can hear you now. Welcome back.
Listen to an
I didn't forgo my chat.
At Cloak the Lurker Virgins by Tim Hecker. You heard it here, guys. Dementia is like the companion cube.
So what's up next? I'm sure you're all wondering.
Woo looks fun.
I wanted to start at the top. Okay?
I highly suggest an audible experience of senile dementia.
Of the
I guess.
of the iceberg.
Yeah, what's next? At Molten Tim
So I
Hecker,
think
hell yeah.
we've done Everywhere in the Beginning of Nowhere. So up next would be, if we're going in order, I think it's good if we just go in order. So according to this, because if I choose, I feel like that's going to be a bit of an issue. So let's let RNG take our way.
And Atmos, Redux.
So Nowhere at the Millennium of Space will be next. Now let's read this real quick. I know nothing of the album. So Nowhere at the Millennium of Space. 1 to 6 complete edition.
Yes. And Atmos next. Nice. Cool.
All right, let's see what this is.
Go. Redux are original.
What would you guys like? Should I listen to both? Or should I only do the Redux? Original first, then Redux? Okay, we'll listen to both.
Original first, and then Redux. Then Atmos.
We'll do both.
Chat be like.
So this is going to be a one stream, 6.5 hours long.
Og first, then Redux.
So we'll do this in one go.
Redux.
So that means we're going to start, depending on what Friday is. I'll look for the schedule. So it's going to be a 7-hour long stream.
Yeah, both.
We can fit that in. I can fit 7 hours in.
Is really long.
So let's make that happen. So we'll do a 7-hour long 100 to 0 stream. That'd be fun.
You can't listen to both in one stream, lol.
No, not both.
Both of them are very different.
I meant one at a time. So no more Millennium Space. Wait. No more Millennium Space Redux next week. That'll work really nice.
Nat Mosar is 9 hours, 12 minutes, and 0 seconds long.
Never mind. So it's a lot longer. So we'll see how we do that. Whatever.
Why?
So
Where Among Us? Sounds
Nowhere
like
at the Millennium Space is a 6-stage Caretaker fan project, heavily inspired by the Leyland's Kirby's Ever at the End of Time series. We all know that. Let me see.
I suggest Ed Adler's original in one.
So what this is Nowhere at the Millennium Space project sought to recreate the Everywhere at the End of Time series and the Caretakers move to the next generation of human life. Instead, use samples of the 1960 to 1920 to the 2010s. I can't fucking read, Jesus Christ. So we're going to be listening to music we're going to be very familiar with. So this is going to hit us in a different way. This is going to be, oh shit, yo, we're going to know the songs ahead of time, which is going to be really nice. At least I'm sure we're going to choose very popular ones.
Like
or at least ones that we would all, if the album's good, it's going to be songs that everyone would know.
I love NATMOATLY.
So that's pretty cool. So for those that don't know, that's what that is. I'm very excited for that.
Take off your CK lose.
It's one of the most critically acclaimed Caretaker inspired projects to date. So hell yeah, guys. Let's fucking go. I'm excited. It's going to be good next week. We'll send that one, then the Redux the next week. Maybe I can squeeze 10 hours in if I really try. We'll see.
Will be fun.
We'll see.
I thought it was okay.
You thought it was okay? Okay, well, whatever. It's considered good, according to majority, so we'll see. So overall, this experience, because everyone likes rankings even though they're completely worthless, if you want a number, I would give this 3 categories. Let's do 3 categories. So we could be extra critical and cringe. Category 1.
I am going to go sleep now.
Objective quality. There was a few times where I was taken out of it just because some things were a little too goofy.
Okay, good night.
And sometimes it was a little like too on the nose to where it was like, I see what you did there. So it was a little immersion breaking a few times without me even attempting to do that. So because of that, I would knock it down a bit. Subjectively, it's like a 6, 7 out of 10. Now, personally, as I measured earlier, I said personal as well. Personal means just how much did I enjoy the experience. I would definitely say that because it gave me such a unique emotion that I haven't felt before, this may skew it just a little bit, but I got to feel, if I feel something, it's an automatic 7. Now, depending on how intense that feeling is, it goes higher. If I don't feel anything and it's kind of just like, well, I watched that, it's going to start dipping below that. 7 is bare minimum C. Like, you pass. Now, this obviously made me feel something, and something intense. It could easily be a high 8, low 9.
Redux is gonna strike again next Friday probably.
Which is exactly the same I would give the other 2 albums that I watched in terms of that personal experience. There was something to attach to and something to really get unique out of this. So that was awesome. At least to me. I was able to feel a new emotion, and I was able to feel it in a different way. I was able to feel different parts of this, and I'll remember this for a different reason than the other 2 albums, which is a great sign. So, yeah. And then the last one, and then the last category, I'm going to call
I'm glad you enjoyed
just
it.
general,
It popped.
like,
Icebon.
general,
10.
I don't know what I would call it, just like existential crisis. Like, how much did it make me think about things? Which is a very easy category to get because I'm so thinky. How much did it make you think of life and, like, will this change me for the future? Which isn't really a ranking necessarily, but just the idea of it, like, will this give me a new perspective in life? I think so. So, because a 10 out of 10, because it did it. It either does it or doesn't. So, 10 out of 10 because it did give me a new general experience in life, which is, like, understanding, like, the new experience in life that I can take out of this was I never thought too deep about what it's like to be
Bobby Tarantino.
Like, why?
As intraments.
At what point is it acceptable to understand, like, in the shoes of a person that is experiencing this, not from the point of view of the person that's experiencing dementia, but rather from the people around it and how much that affects them, given that this album had such a long period of time where we were actively hurting others emotionally due to our existence, that's a very, 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 very harsh concept to lay on somebody. That probably will change me for life, understanding, like, just that question of life is going to hang with me for probably the rest of my life, because I never thought about that. So that's a new thing it'll keep me up at night sometimes, which is good. It's a good existential crisis. We love those. So thank you. So I give it a 10 out of 10 for giving me that lifelong question of how horrifying would it be if I was basically comatose for 10 years, and the only reason I'm still alive is because my family is so stricken with grief that they will not come to acceptance and stay in denial and wait for me to come back when I won't.
That would be hot.
You know, fucking, like, that is deep and concerning and scary and making me shit myself.
Our full version is technically not
that's a really good thing to think about in life. So, nice job. Anyway, I think I've said all I need to say about what I think about the album. Let's do a quick Q&A. Any questions about the album that I might not have answered in particular? And yes, we'll be doing Nowhere at the Millennium Space next week on Friday. So I don't know what time, but look for it. It will be posted probably around Sunday, Monday on the channel. Usually is when I get to those. That's usually when I figure out my next work week hours, and also anybody that needs me.
Woo question.
Yes, what's that, Tyler? What does your question say?
Well, technically you can come back eventually, just not the same, and shortly after you'll die.
Well, technically yes, but you never really came back.
And now that young man that we've been hearing a lot about lately,
So
Woodenhead
been
Joe.
bought by Soundtracker. People are kind of worried. Will you actually ping us in the Discord for the next one of these for once?
I don't think we have the bot set up. I'll have to figure out how to use that bot, or I'll just have to do it manually. But I'll make that a note that I need to ping on Discord. So...
Because the notif bot isn't capable of sending those notifs out.
FB fans and Woohoo Lad fans have been eating good recently. Oh yeah? The subsection of the Woohoo fans that love Everything of Time. Fair.
It's gotta be done manually.
I have like 4 fandoms at this point, I feel like. Got the VT fandom, because there's specific people that only show up to those videos. I got the Twitch fandom, I got the YouTube stream fandom, and then I have the Everything of Time fandom. All stuck in here. We variety, bitch. 10 out of 10. You should listen to An Empty Bliss Beyond This World if you haven't. We shall at some point. We're just going to keep going down this album, and then once we start hitting the obscure ones that are either good or bad, just because they're obscure doesn't mean they're good, then we will we'll consider starting being like, okay, so what haven't I listened to? And we'll go from there. But anyway, by the way, we're listening to the beginning of the album again, in case you're wondering. Thought I'd just put it back on. Get you a little bit more sedge. We're back at the beginning. It's all good. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Stop it. Stop it. You don't know what you're talking about, you silly sussy baka. Nothing happened. Wake up. Life's good. Life's good is all just a dream, you dinguses.
It was all a dream. This is why Toho Basa is evil. Everything is fine.
Everything's good. Yeah, no worries. Anyway, I don't want to blow up this ending of the VOD too much. I just wanted to say hi after all of that. I'm surprised I didn't cry. I was very close multiple times, but the rage that was inside of me didn't allow me to cry, so... I always cry during these. But the new emotion, which is good. I like it. Crying isn't the only way to experience these. Well, if we're going to be doing it in order, We're going to do some meme ones.
We needed a long cool down. It was rough.
We're going to be doing some more meme ones. So we'll have a fun one. Let me see these real quick.
Use genitals.
Oh, interesting. So, well, we have like spin-offs.
I don't think Woo has a
Hold on.
planned out list. Money. Oh hey stinky. Moneyed.
The fuck is this? Holy hell. So we have a couple short ones, like Every Within a Time Schizophrenia Edition. So we might do a variety after this one. There's a lot that are like 10 to 30 minutes to 2 hours. The Stage 0.5, Minecraft, but Everywhere at the End of Time. So a lot of shorter ones here. And then you got like Everywhere at the End of Time with voices, which that one's long. That's also another one from Dante.
Hello, my dude.
That one's a bit longer, so there'll be a separate one on its own.
Makidio is a classic. Can I make a
Yeah,
real
so
suggestion?
some of these are going to be more lighthearted. Not everyone's going to be doomer and gloomer. Some are going to be a bit more memey. They're still going to be sad, but, you know, they won't be, like, super serious. Like, it's Minecraft, for fuck's sake. Like, it's sad. We all have been a Minecrafter. I was a Minecrafter. I remember, who doesn't remember those late nights playing on your shitty laptop? We've all been there. Who doesn't remember staying up to 4 in the morning with your friend because you said, let's do one more thing. You build something, one more thing, and then it's 4 in the morning, and then your mom's coming in yelling at you, and she's like, oh, the fuck to sleep. And you're like, no, I want to play games. And she takes your laptop, and then you have to go to bed, and you wake up tomorrow, and you're like, all right, now what I'm going to do? Then you mow the lawn, you do all the chores in the house, and you're like, can I have my laptop back? She's like, all right, fine. You did everything you needed to do. Here you go. And you get it back, and you play with your friend all on the weekend from Saturday to Sunday, and then you go to bed, and you have to get up, and you have to go to school again. We've all been there. That was very specific because that was an actual story. Anyway. Yeah, we've all been there. So Minecraft is very nostalgic in its own way, but it's still Minecraft, so it won't be like super serious. Just, it's going to be more relatable. Yeah. But, yeah, so I'll make a playlist. I'll try to fill at least like 6 hours of the smaller albums. So after we do that longer one, which was Ever at the End of Time Voices, well, Nowhere, then Nowhere Redux, then EOT, Ever at the End of Time with Voices. We do all those, then we'll have a variety one. We'll just go through a ton of them in one day. And I'll make a stream for each one, so they're all VODed separately. So you'll see like 10 videos pop up. That's why they're all scheduled. They'll be separate VODs, and we'll just watch it, talk about it, move on. And also, sorry, I'm still thinking about it. I'm a little out of it. When we do these, I'm not a good streamer afterwards because I'm currently in an emotional state. So I'm sorry if I'm boring right now. In terms of just, I'm kind of just rambling. It's because I'm so emotional. Merry Birthmas Part 2 to the Woo. I'm listening for a bit while I drive. Thank you so much, Stinky, for the kind yellow supa. It's nice to see you again, Big Snaker. So, now to end the stream, I want to say thank you to everyone that came out. Stinky, thank you. Malton, thank you. Can't pronounce your name, Mr. Doge, but I love you very much. Hope you have a good night. Buttocks, your epic win. Tyler, have a good night. I will be back on Tuesday. Or maybe tomorrow. We'll see. I haven't done a lot of content this week because I was so busy with birthday and other shenanigans, which is fine. You know. Live life. So, might need to be doing stuff tomorrow. So, if I do a sudden stream just because I have time, might happen tomorrow. It'll be on Twitch. But otherwise, I'll be back on Tuesday. We're going to be continuing on with the Wooktoberthon. We're going to be playing some Faith, the Holy Trinity, the Unholy Trinity. We finished Chapter 1. We'll be on Chapter 2 tomorrow, or Tuesday. And then hopefully Chapter 3 on Thursday, or Tuesday. I'm sorry, that Wednesday. Jesus Christ. So yeah, schedule should be pretty simple next week. Sorry about the turbulence this week, but hey, birthday's birthday. It was a really fun stream, by the way. That was a really good stream. I'm still thinking about that birthday stream. That was based. So, thanks for the fun times, guys. It's a great week. It's a great week. I'm going to enjoy my weekend now and clean the house, take care of things, come back and get ready for the next week of busy. My weekends are usually not relaxing necessarily. Just get everything ready for the next week. Welcome to adulting. I may be a kawaii bitch, but I do not have no maids. I do not have the femboy maid, as all of you dream of. Do not have that. I'm not a Giga Chad like you guys. Sorry about that. Because I am the kawaii bitch maid. That's what I am. Anyway. Good night to Woo, my dudes. Yeah, good night, Stinky. Tyler, Cloak, thank you for hanging out today. Average, ever the anytime fan. Base. Oh, I'm the femboy. Oh, my God. Cabbage, have a great night. I appreciate y'all. So.
Had a great time with y'all. Nighty-night.
Catch you next Friday if you're only gonna if you're a YouTube viewer. I'll catch you next Friday.
GN.
Otherwise we'll be on Twitch for the rest of the week. So all the Twitch boys, I'll see you there. And next week again is Nowhere at the Millennium of Space. Oh, no after time? Wait, guess no after party this time? Yeah. I don't know. I feel like just ending it right there is good. I'm too emotional to continue to stream. I kind of just need to go on my own and eat some chicken nuggets because I really, for some reason, I'm craving dino nuggets. So go get some dino nuggets. Maybe play some Maple Story. Just relax for an hour or two. Get my mind off of it. Maybe watch some Ralph the Movie Maker and laugh. You know, get back into the good boy mode that I need to be. Like, I'm not sad or depressed or anything. I'm just emotional. So I need to go ahead and reset. And the best way to reset is just to eat chicken nuggies and play video game. I don't know anything better in this world. I don't think there is anything better in this world. Chicken nuggie and video game goes crazy.
Woo balls, footballs, cock and balls.
Cock and balls? No way, dude. Thanks, Nifty. Thank you. Really wholesome as always, Nifty. So yeah, thank you for being the best audience ever. I hope you all enjoyed it. The purple bitch is out, and I'll see you Tuesday. I will be on Twitter. I'll try to make a video. I don't think the video is coming out today. I didn't have time this morning.
I am poor.
But tomorrow, expect a couple shorts. And I'll try to make the video on Saturday too. If it doesn't happen, I'm sorry. We'll just wait until next Friday for a VT content video. The birthday ate all my time, which is good, you know, with friends and family and with you guys. That's fine. Anyway, I will do an a woo, but I'm not going to make it echo because it's going to give you some trauma.
Have a good weekend.
So instead, I'm going to go, woo! Yeah, you can definitely tell that I'm a little emotional. I can't even do the woo correctly. Instead, have some fart sound effects. Alright, I'm vanishing into the void. Bye, guys. Bye. See you next Friday.
Don't worry, Moon. I'll make sure Woo suffers next week.
Wait, what? What the hell's going on? The fuck is going? I can't end the stream. I can't end the stream. I guess I'm just gonna have to hold the power button. Bye, guys. Bye.